Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen, amen, namaste.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, as you are aware, former Member of Parliament Mr. Niall Young Hippolyte passed away on Saturday, October 19, 2024. Mr. Hippolyte served as the Member of Parliament for Laventille West during the 9th Republican Parliament from November 2007 to May 2010, and the 10th Republican Parliament from May 2010 to June 2015. I now invite honourable members to pay their respective tributes to Mr. Hippolyte. Member for Armour.
Thank you very much. Niall Young Hippolyte was born on January the 26th, 1970, and passed on October the 19th, 2024. Niall Young Hippolyte served during the 8th Republican Parliament as a government senator, temporary senator, during the period October 2002 to 2007, and served as a Member of Parliament for the constituency of Laventille West starting November 2007 to 2010, and also served in the 10th Parliament, Republican Parliament, as an opposition Member of Parliament for the Laventille West constituency for the period May 2010 to June 2015. He also served as a Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Works and Transport from November 2007 to 2010. Niall Young Hippolyte was his education was at the Insurance Institute of America. He also attended Belmont Boys Intermediate Secondary during the period 1981 to 1986. We were aware that he had the acute adult T-cell leukemia, lymphonia, which is a rare cancer. During the period that Niall Young Hippolyte served as a Member of Parliament for the constituency of Laventille West, he was known to be an extremely dedicated and committed Member of Parliament who served his constituency very well. For those of us who knew Niall Young, knew that you can find him almost every day of the week, in almost every corner of his constituency, representing every constituent of every walk of life. Niall Young Hippolyte served on several parliamentary committees: the Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, the Public Accounts Committee, the SSC Trinidad and Tobago Football Federation and Incorporation Bill 2020. He also served on the Special Select Committee of the House of Representatives, Association of Real Estate Agents, Standing Finance Committee, House Committee, as well as the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Niall Young Hippolyte participated in several debates in the Parliament, and he was married to Lisa Robertson and had one daughter. I had the great fortune of serving in the House of Representatives with Niall Young Hippolyte, and I can say that he was an extremely dedicated person. Niall Young whenever you ask Nile Young to participate in a debate, you could be certain that he will do research. And even if you found yourself in a situation where you may not have been prepared to debate, you could be absolutely certain that Nile Young will come with documents and assist you in your preparation. One of the most fascinating things for me is that no matter what day of the week or no matter what time that you saw Nile Young, he was always perfectly and elegantly dressed. For all of us in the People's National Movement, Nile Young will be missed because of his love for the party, his loyalty for the party, his loyalty for his constituency, and the way in which he took his work extremely seriously. Nile Young had the benefit of participating in a youth development and exchange Lions Club of Trinidad and Tobago, both in Suriname and Guyana. He was the advisor to the Sealots Front Leos Club. He also served as the public relations officer for the Laventille West constituency 2006-2007. He also served as the education officer, and he also served as an insurance professional and a general insurance underwriting. I take this opportunity on behalf of all my colleagues to say to his wife, his family, to the constituents of Laventille West, and to those of the People's National Movement, may he rest in peace. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There are times in this honorable House when the limitless nature of the universe meets the limited nature of humanity. And when we, as members of Parliament, are reminded of our own human nature and our own limitations. Today is such a time as this honorable House not only mourns the late Nile Hippolyte, but also reflects on his memory. His journey in this House began on the 5th of November 2007, when he was elected as a Member of Parliament for Laventille West in the 9th Republican Parliament, and then re-elected in 2010 for the same constituency on May 24, 2010, as a Member of Parliament again. And in this House, he was preceded by his time spent in the other House, the upper House, in which he served as a temporary senator in the 8th Republican Parliament. And I have had the privilege of serving with him during his parliamentary career. We have taken note of his involvement in ministerial committees, parliamentary committees, and debates on bills and motions. His experience in both houses of Parliament perhaps earned him the confidence of the then Prime Minister, the late Patrick Manning, who appointed him as a parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Works and Transport. In reading of Mr. Hippolyte's passing, I took note of the tribute paid to him by one of my colleagues on this side of the House, who remembered him as a strong yet mild-mannered gentleman who argued with passion. I also took note of the tribute paid to him by members opposite, who described him as a chief usher and for whom they were grateful to have worked with. As I reflect on this idea of a chief usher, I think of someone who serves quietly, who guides quietly, and who stands guard at the entrance. One may argue that MP Hippolyte, in his own way, served quietly, guided others in his party and constituency, and stood guard in favor of his political interests and convictions. Even as he served quietly, it was a whisper in the wind that MP Hippolyte weathered his own storms quietly. These storms were with him in life and, unfortunately, with him in death. Apart from the challenges he faced with his health, he unfortunately faced challenges as he became, as one political commentator put it, a political pariah. As I extend my condolences and those of the opposition leader and my colleagues on the opposition bench to the Hippolyte's family, friends, and former constituents, I also extend the hope that the quiet service, guidance, and steadfast guardedness shown by us, by this chief usher, it would inspire our approach to service, whether it is service to our family, our respective parties, our constituents, and our country. May Mr. Hippolyte always be remembered, just not for the length, but also the depth and the conviction of his contribution in life, and may his soul now rest in eternal peace. And may we pray for the well-being of his family members. I thank you.
Honourable members, I too wish to pay tribute to the late Mr. Naliang Hippolyte. During the 9th and 10th Republican Parliaments, Mr. Hippolyte served on the following committees: the Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, the Public Accounts Committee, the Special Select Committee on the Trinidad and Tobago Football Federation, TTFF Incorporation Bill 2009, the House Committee, the Special Select Committee of the House of Representatives on the Association of Real Estate Agents Area Incorporation Bill 2011, and the Joint Select Committee on Foreign Affairs. He was a very active and knowledgeable member who not only made valuable contributions to the work of those committees, but also to the work of the House, as he participated in the debates on many important bills, such as the Assisted Secondary School Teachers' Pensions Amendment Bill 2008, the Emergency Ambulance Services and Emergency Medical Professional Bills 2009, and the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2010, to name a few. He played a pivotal role in advancing the work of the Special Select Committee on the House on the Association of Real Estate Agents Area Incorporation Bill 2011, given his expertise as an insurance professional. His passion for youth development was well known, as he served as a member of the Cadet Force at the rank of Major. In this role, he was instrumental in imparting discipline, leadership, teamwork, and civic dedication. And as we all know, participating in the Cadet Force grants young people the opportunity to gain valuable life skills that can benefit them both in their personal life and professional pursuits. We will forever be grateful for his commitment, dedication, and contributions in this House. Mr. Naliang Hippolyte will not only be remembered as a politician, but as a husband, father, colleague, friend, and mentor, who shall be missed by all of those who worked with him. I take this opportunity to express my sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Naliang Hippolyte, and I pray that the Almighty grants them the comfort and strength needed in this time of bereavement. I now ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. Will rest in peace. Honourable members, I have directed the Clerk of the House to convey our condolences in writing to the family of the late Mr. Nalion Hiplet.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
The Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. The 113th report of the Salaries Review Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the general review of salaries and other terms and conditions of service of offices within the purview of the Salaries Review Commission. 2. The 120th report of the Salaries Review Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the review of the 117th report with respect to the review of salaries and other terms and conditions of service of offices within the purview of the Salaries Review Commission. The 119th report of the Salaries Review Commission of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the determination of salary and other terms and conditions of service for the Office of the Deputy Director General, Enforcement Division, Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, Ministry of Finance. 4. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended December 31st, 2020. 5. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30th, 2016. 6. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the National Lotteries Control Board for the year ended September 30th, 2013. 7. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Point Fortin Civic Center for the year ended September 30th, 2022. 8. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board for the year ended September 30th, 2011. 9. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the statement of recovery of expenses of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries for the year ended December 31st, 2023. 10. The audited financial statements of the National Maintenance, Training and Securities Company Limited, MTS, for the financial year ended December 31st, 2023. 28. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Sport and Culture Fund for the year ended December 31st, 2012. 29. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Public Transport Service Corporation for the year ended September 30th, 2020. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that papers 4 to 9 and 28 to 29 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and paper 10 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 4 to 9 and 28 to 29 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and paper 10 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to lay the following papers. Paper number 11, the Administrative Report of the National Institute of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology for the fiscal year 2019. Paper number 12, the Administrative Report of the National Energy Skills Center for the fiscal year 2018 to 2019. Paper number 13, the Annual Report of the Teaching Service Commission for the year 2023. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. The Annual Report of the Police Service Commission for the year 2023 and the Defense Pensions Terminal and Other Grants Amendment Regulations 2024. Thank you.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the name of the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, the Minister of Trade and Industry, the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, and the Minister of Works and Transport. 16. The annual administrative report of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services for the fiscal year 2022. 17. The annual administrative report of Export TT Limited for the year ended September 30th, 2019. 18. The administrative report of the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards for the year ended September 30th, 2022. 19. The Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation vesting amendment to the first schedule order 2024. 20. The ministerial response of the Office of the Prime Minister, Gender and Child Affairs on the 7th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration, 4th session 2023 to 2024, 12th Parliament, on an examination of the state of the regulation and administration of public and private early childhood institutions in Trinidad and Tobago. 27. The Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment to the 9th Schedule Number 2 Order 2024. Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to lay on the table the delegation report on the official visit of a parliamentary delegation to the National Assembly of the People's Power of Cuba from the 1st of September to the 7th of September 2024.
The Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the following papers. Number 22, the notification of Her Excellency, the President, in respect of the nomination of Dr. Wendell C. Wallace for appointment as a member of the Police Service Commission. Number 23, the notification of Her Excellency, the President, in respect of the nomination of Ms. Anika Fritz Brown for appointment as a member of the Police Service Commission. Number 24, the notification of Her Excellency, the President, in respect of the nomination of Ms. Ethel Hector Berkeley for appointment as a member of the Police Service Commission. Number 25, the notification of Her Excellency, the President, in respect of the nomination of Mr. Roger Baburam for appointment as a member of the Police Service Commission. And number 26, the notification of Her Excellency, the President, in respect of the nomination of Mr. Ian Kevin Ramdani for appointment as a member of the Police Service Commission. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reports from committees.
Member for Miaro.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the 19th report of the Public Accounts Enterprise Committee on the examination of the audited accounts, balance sheet, and other financial statements of the Urban Development Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial years 2016 to 2018, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the committee's first report, 12th Parliament.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honor to present the 18th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the National Agricultural Marketing and Development Corporation, NAMDEVCO, for the financial years 2014 to 2021, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the 23rd report of the Public Accounts Committee, 11th Parliament. Report number 3, the 19th report of the Public Accounts Committee on an examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Agricultural Development Bank, the ADB, for the financial years 2014 to 2018, 12th Parliament.
Member Filipino, Borneo West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the 10th report of the Joint Select Committee on Finance and Legal Affairs on an inquiry into the efficiency and effectiveness of the Equal Opportunities Commission, 3rd session, 2022-2023, 12th Parliament.
Prime Minister's questions, urgent questions.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Works and Transport, given the importance of having well-functioning ports at Port of Spain and Scarborough, and the call by the various chambers for an immediate resolution to the current industrial impasse, will the Minister advise as to the immediate measures being taken to address this issue?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is important to note what is the current impasse on the Port of Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and what it pertains to. Specifically, non-acceptance by one of the recognized union and its membership in respect of the approved wage offer submitted by PATT. In 2015, a MOA was signed by the then board of the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, which identified a 12% wage increase without following the acceptable practice. This practice, in respect of state entities, is that a submission will be put forward and guidelines will be provided for the parameters within each organization, and each negotiation should be held. At this time, it is a committee called the Human Resource Advisory Committee. In 2015, it was a similar interministerial committee that was chaired by Minister Hawaii. Based on the legal advice from two senior counsel, the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago and the SWWTU were advised that the MOA is not enforceable. The SWWTU was provided with an offer for a period 2014 to 2017 and 2017 to 2020. The SWWTU has refused the submitted offer. The PATT has been actively engaging the union to bring about a settlement on this matter without success. Given the impact of the current impasse, PATT has signaled its desires to continue negotiation in good faith, but is challenged with the long-term inflationary economic impact.
Minister, your time is now spent. Member for Couva South.
Minister, could you inform this House, or are you willing to make public the two legal opinions that you referred to, that in terms of the legal advice that was given to the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago in relation to the negotiation between that was settled in 2015?
Minister of Works and Transport.
Madam Speaker, I did indicate, and I just want to go back to that, based on the advice from two senior counsel, Port and the SWT were advised. Madam Speaker, based on the discussions and the stage of these negotiations, it will be improper for me to make those available based on impending court action that may come out of this decision. Thank you.
Member for Couva South.
Minister, given that the recognized majority union certificate that exists between the Seamen and Waterfront Workers Trade Union and the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago facilitates negotiations between both parties under the Industrial Relations Act, are you now saying to this House and to the union and port workers that the government has altered the recognized majority union certificate and referred all matters of the port to the Chief Personnel Officer?
Minister.
Speaker, I did indicate that under the previous government, there was a committee headed by Minister Al-Rawi. I don't know if that was altered then. However, what we can say is they do get guidelines from the committee on negotiations. And again, I just want to reiterate, there are 3 bargaining units at the port, and the issue is with one of the bargaining unit. Thank you.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to the Honourable Minister of Public Utilities, in light of reports that several communities across the country experienced power outages over the last 24 hours, will the Minister indicate what were the reason or reasons for the outages?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, between 6:55 a.m. and 7:05 a.m. this morning, Trinidad Generation Unlimited, TGU, experienced trips on 2 of its gas turbines, resulting in a loss of generation of approximately 240 megawatts of power. During the same period, Contour Global Trinity Power experienced a trip on 1 of its 75 megawatts gas turbine. These generator trips resulted in the initiation of an under-frequency load shedding event whereby approximately 100,000 customers across Trinidad lost supply for 35 minutes on average. At 7:45 a.m., Madam Speaker, all customers were back on supply. And at 10 a.m., TNTEC issued the appropriate press release explaining the circumstances of the event.
Thank you, Madam. To the Honourable Minister. Minister, seeing that TNTEC has requested a report from the independent power producers, could the Minister indicate whether TNTEC has given the IPPs a deadline for the report, seeing that it has now been over 1 year since the report into the TSCT cyber attack has been outstanding?
Member, could you just concisely ask what the question is?
Whether he has given the IPPs a deadline to report to TNTEC.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, I confirm that TNTEC did ask the IPPs to submit the appropriate report, and we expect to have that report within the shortest time possible.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, with regard to the hundreds of residents in South Trinidad who are still awaiting assistance after severe flooding, with many reporting substantial financial losses, will the Honourable Minister state what steps are being taken to expedite aid to affected families?
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member, and I note in particular that the Honourable Member is correctly referring to hundreds of residents, whereas the Chairman of the Corporation has said 10,000 people being underwater. I say that in the context of answering this question to say that exaggeration helps no one, Madam Speaker. In dealing with the plight of those citizens affected, Madam Speaker, I can say that since the Met Office's yellow level warning issued on the 12th of November, all agencies have been in active operation. This included the staging at head office of equipment, preparation for distribution of relief items in support of municipalities, because then contemplation was more than just the PDRC, presentation and distribution of additional sandbags, etc. We have engaged in cleanup and sanitation exercises, both during and now at present post the flooding events, in coordination with the Ministry of National Security, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Defence Force, the Fire Services, the Ministry of Social Development, the Ministry of Public Utilities, and the Ministry of Education. We have, in fact, engaged in field assessment of persons affected in the areas, as is normal, after floodwaters subside, and the ongoing distribution of items involves cleaning of hampers, cleaning supplies in hampers, food hampers, drinking water, mattresses, blankets, etc. We have mobilized 600 CPEP workers every day who are engaged on the field. Approximately 7,200 man-hours have been deployed already, which will continue in operation, Madam Speaker. The management of flooding issues is something that concerns us almost on an ongoing basis. It involves also ensuring that regulatory compliance with the laws, the municipal corporation laws and planning laws are in effect, and that surveillance is ongoing. I thank the honourable member for the question.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. And as I correctly record, instead of hundreds, it's tens of thousands plus. That is ongoing.
Not an opportunity for statements. Could you ask a question, please?
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I make reference to the swift response by the member for Siparia and her team from the Penal Debe Regional Corporation to visit families affected and provide temporary relief of meals and drinking water, can the Honourable Minister advise when portable water provisions and financial grant disbursement will be made available to the affected families and the PDRC to assist in the recovery operations?
Yeah,
Madam Speaker, I must, of course, reject the attempt to avoid the written question. The written question says, with regards to the hundreds of residents. So one cannot stand now and say 10,000. It's just wrong, inaccurate, and foolish, respectfully, Madam Speaker. With respect to the swift action of the member for Siparia, like all members in the government and the PDRC, that is what we're there to do. For the member for Siparia to get onto a truck and assist people is commendable, but it is the role of an MP to do those things. Our teams at the Ministry of Local Government, the Disaster Management Unit, the TTDF, the Trinidad and Tobago Municipal Police, the fire services, etc., hundreds of CPEP workers have been deployed under the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government. Can the cackling coming from St. Augustine just cease?
Okay, member for St. Augustine. You've been making a lot of noise. Please control the volume. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to the resources deployed by this ministry, which is the frontline ministry, all resources have emanated by way of coordination in the usual course, Madam Speaker. The nation is well accustomed in the event of severe disaster that is anticipated or in effect, that the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government takes primary role and responsibility. We have deployed assets from other corporations and the CPEP entity which falls under our command. The question as to the potable water, Madam Speaker, I ask the honourable member to note the public information that WASA has already reported the restart of the water treatment plants. There is water turbidity during these events, which causes the plants to shut down because of the screening, because we can't distribute unsafe water. That has already restarted, and WASA has put public notice. And lastly, the grants are a feature that will follow in usual course.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Speaker. And it's unfortunate that the Honourable Member for San Fernando West.
But for Couva North, this is not a time for statements. Please ask the question. You have 15 seconds to do it.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Speaker. Based on a request from the PDRC to the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development for the supply of an excavator to assist with the cleaning of water courses, can the Minister advise when will this piece of equipment be made available to the PDRC?
I rule that out of order in light of the question asked and the answers given thus far. Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. To the Minister of Education, in light of yesterday's closure of the St. George's College Barataria due to sewer problems, will the Minister state when will the school be reopened?
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, St. George's College was one of an estimated 6 schools which experienced sewer difficulties in the past week. In the case of St. George's College, the damage that occurred was a severe choke on November the 13th, and the school was closed early to safeguard the health and safety of staff and students. The works have been scoped and approved. A contractor should be awarded on Monday, 18th November, and the work is estimated to take approximately 2 to 3 days to complete.
Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, having regard to the school being closed since Wednesday due to other issues, is it not, in light of the students and the teachers, that a contractor be awarded over the weekend because these are emergency works in order for the school to be open at its quickest possible time?
The time for urgent questions is now spent.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are 15 questions for oral answer. The government will be answering 12 of the 15. We ask for deferral for questions number 18, 19, and 20 inclusive for 2 weeks. There are 3 questions for written replies. We will be laying answers for numbers 12 and 16, and again ask for deferral of 2 weeks for question number 9. Thank you.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 1 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Chief Executive Officer Designate of the Water and Sewage Authority, Mr. Keith Roy Halliday, would be required inter alia to lead the transformation of the authority, which is a significant undertaking. To attract and retain a high caliber and highly competent incumbent in the hyper-competitive job market for such a task, a competitive salary and benefit package, including performance-based incentives, are crucial. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the authority, the remuneration package reflects market competitiveness and includes performance-based incentives as follows. Salary at a rate of $100,000 per month, housing allowance of $8,000 per month, transport facility, a maintained company motor vehicle not exceeding $400,000 exclusive of VAT for business and personal use for the duration of the contract, a reimbursement of reasonable entertainment expenses incurred in the conduct of business-related activities on behalf of the authority to a maximum of $2,300 per month. A telephone allowance is provided to the tune of $1,000 per month. The eligibility to register for membership in the authority's medical insurance plan. A gratuity of 20% of gross salary earned over the period of employment, payable on satisfactory completion of the term of engagement. Such payment to be subjected to deductions for tax purposes. Performance incentive bonus. An annual bonus payable on the attainment of 100% of the performance targets. The bonus to be paid should be limited to 6 months' salary for the first year of the contract period. The bonus to be paid should be limited to 4 months' salary for the second and third years of the contract period. The performance incentive targets, Madam Speaker, as follows. Water coverage across all districts. Improvement in water coverage to unserved and underserved communities. Operational cost coverage, compliance with Cabinet Directive for the management restructuring, organizational process re-engineering, implementation of new performance management system, reduction in unsafe conditions, increase in customer satisfaction rating, and reduction in non-revenue water. Madam Speaker, the compensation package offered to Mr. Halliday was informed by a job evaluation exercise conducted by an external specialist human resources firm commissioned by the Board of Commissioners and approved by the Human Resources Subcommittee of Cabinet and the Board of Commissioners of the Water and Sewage Authority.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Honourable Minister, can you confirm whether or not the CEO of WASA is being paid in a foreign currency, and if so, what foreign currency?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Madam Speaker, the CEO designate of the authority will be compensated in TT currency.
Member for Princestown.
Madam Speaker, could the Honourable Minister confirm that that payment in TT dollars is as a result of government's poor management of the forex situation in Trinidad and Tobago?
Question is out of order. You have another question? Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Madam Speaker, question number 2 to the Minister of Public Utilities, please.
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission has advised that the light and power arrears owed to the Commission by state agencies as at September the 30th, 2024, is $1,932,407,304.18. And the Commission has advised further that the debt collection policy is as follows, that the ultimate goal of which is to decrease the volume and amount of receivables and increase the rate of collection. The policy provides for aggressive follow-up on all accounts in arrears and establishes a clearly defined process for collecting past due accounts, beginning when an account first becomes delinquent and continuing until the debt is collected. Specifically, with respect to the public sector, the following are the key measures undertaken to reduce the debt owed. Every public sector agency owing in excess of $1 million is written to and advised of the amount owed on their light and power accounts, providing details of the aging of the debt by account number. Meetings are arranged with the general manager, the chief operations officer, or the commercial manager at TNTEC, and the very large public debtors to secure payments or arrive at payment plans. There is collaboration between the PS and the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Public Utilities to ensure that adequate budgetary arrangements are made for treating with such expenditures. And monthly calls are made to ministries and government agencies requesting payments for electricity charges owed to TNTEC. It should also be noted, Madam Speaker, that TNTEC is indebted to the NGC in the sum of $6.1 billion for the supply of natural gas because it does not have sufficient income to pay for natural gas use by power producers to generate electricity. The Ministry of Finance, Madam Speaker, is also required to make substantial annual payments for a previous liability for natural gas supplied by the NGC to TNTEC and not paid so far. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. To the Honourable Minister, has the government taken a policy that the state will pay its debt to TNTEC before accepting any new rates to impose on citizens by the RIC?
Minister.
Madam Speaker, as I've said, the policy by TNTEC and the Ministry of Public Utilities is to continue to engage with all debtors and all of its customers who owe the state agency. That is a continuing action on the part of TNTEC and the Ministry of Public Utilities, has absolutely no relation whatsoever with the work of the RIC to determine appropriate rates for TNTEC.
Member for Couva. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 3 to the Minister of Public Utilities.
Public Utilities.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the recommendations of the Regulated Industries Commission, the RIC, to increase electricity rates to industrial and residential customers are still under the review by Cabinet.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, taking into consideration that the Prime Minister informed this House on the 26th of January 2024 that this matter was before the Finance and General Purposes Committee of Cabinet based on the complexities, as the Prime Minister used that term, could the Minister advise this House when those complexities will be resolved and a recommendation will be given to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago?
Staff Public Utilities.
Madam Speaker, the matter is still being reviewed by the Finance and General Purposes Committee of the Cabinet, and at the appropriate time, the public will be advised of the recommendations being made to the Cabinet. It is only, and it will only be a recommendation to the Cabinet, and therefore the Minister of Public Utilities cannot at this time preempt the decision of the Cabinet on these matters.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, could the Minister inform this House whether one of the complexities is that the Cabinet has taken a decision that they will withhold a decision until the general elections is called?
Minister of Public Utilities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is the People's National Movement. We offer, every day is an opportunity for us to offer good governance to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Speaker, everything that they do, all they consider is about elections and elections and elections. But whilst they continue to do so, Madam Speaker, we will continue to offer good, stable governance to the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 4 to the Minister of Labour.
Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, according to the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Act, Chapter 8813, RSBA, retrenchment refers to the termination of employment of a worker at the initiative of an employer for the reason of redundancy, where redundancy means the existence of surplus labor in an undertaking for whatever cause. In common terms, retrenchment can apply to jobs lost as a result of cost-cutting measures and can occur due to economic downturns or for cost savings purposes. Retrenchment is at the discretion of the employer, and it is management's prerogative to exercise such measures for the operational viability of the company. However, pursuant to Section 4.2 of the RSBA, where an employer contemplates the retrenchment of 5 or more workers for a reason of redundancy, that employer is required to give formal notice in writing to each affected worker, to the recognized majority union, and to the Minister of Labour. In the case of Stork Technical Services Trinidad and Tobago Limited, the company is shutting down its operations as opposed to undertaking a retrenchment exercise. Therefore, this is not expressly governed by the Retrenchment, Severance and Benefits Act, and presently there are no legislative procedures in the RSBA or any other labour legislation that requires the intervention of the Minister of Labour in relation to the closure of businesses. Further, it should be noted that to date, the Ministry of Labour is not in receipt of any notice of retrenchment from Stork Services Trinidad and Tobago Limited as required under the RSBA. However, I am happy to report that Stork Technical Services Trinidad and Tobago Limited, as a responsible employer, has indicated to its employees that it will be providing an ex gratia payment in line with the RSBA, although there is no legal obligation on the part of the company to so do. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Labour remains committed to promoting good industrial relations practice and maintaining industrial peace, and will continue to do all in its power to effectively achieve this mandate. Thank you.
Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, based on the position which has been adopted by your ministry, and in taking into consideration that the workers of Stork Limited achieve recognized majority union status through the collective bargaining process in 2017, can you give an undertaking that your ministry will monitor this ongoing situation to ensure that the 389 workers at Stork Limited is duly compensated in conformity with the existing collective agreement?
Minister of Labour.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Labour will continue to monitor this situation, and where necessary, if we have to intervene, we shall do so.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 5 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Education has reissued the relevant circular memorandum to schools to remind administration and teachers of measures which can be employed to mitigate against excessive heat. The issue has not been raised with the Ministry of Education by tutor, and therefore no discussions with tutor of this nature have been convened in the recent past.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker, taking into consideration the ongoing issue of climate change and increase in temperatures and the fact that 2023 last year was designated to be the hottest year, could the Minister indicate that if her ministry is prepared to engage in a comprehensive review of existing infrastructure within all schools in Trinidad and Tobago to address the issue the issue of exploration of sustainable cooling solutions and the allocation of appropriate resources to address this pressing concern?
Member, in accordance with the standing order, that question is ruled out of order. Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member of Point of Peer, question number 6 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the names of the entities who submitted non-binding offers for the purchase of the refinery are 1. Columbus Refinery Trinidad and Tobago Limited, 2. CRO Chemitech LLC DR Commodities Limited, Ocala Services Limited, 3. GN Fence Line Solutions Management Company Limited, 4. IEM Refining Company Limited, 5. Inca Energy LLC, 6. Ingritius Group Company Limited, 7. Nautical Partners Limited, 8. Oando Trading DMCC, 9. Patriotic Energy Services Company Limited, 10. Sarge Enterprises Limited. B. The names of the persons who comprise evaluation committee appointed by Cabinet to review the submitting bids are as follows. His Excellency Vishnu Danpal, High Commissioner for the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Ms. Sandra Fraser, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy, Energy Industries. Mr. Dexter Jagannath, Acting Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance, or in the alternate, Mr. Jimmy Wong from Ministry of Finance. 4. Mr. Selwyn Lashley, Strategic Energy Advisor, Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries. 5. Mr. Vincent Pereira, former Upstream Chief Executive Officer and Energy Industry Expert. 6. Ms. Melissa Ingerfield, Attorney at Law, Partner at M. Hamel-Smith & Company. C. Each of the companies who submitted non-binding offers were offered the following. 1. The same access to the virtual data room in which all refinery-related documentation is lodged. Further, any additional documents requested by individual companies were shared to all of the companies, thus ensuring that each company had access to the same data. 2. Management presentations were completed for all companies who submitted an NBO. 3. Tours of the refinery. All companies had at least one tour of the refinery and were offered the opportunity to do follow-up site visits. 4. Follow-up meetings post the May 10, 2024 submission to discuss the individual commercial models with TPHL and Scotia Capital USA Inc. teams. 5. Additional time up to the 31st of July 2024 to update and resubmit NBOs. Post follow-up meetings in number 4 above were given to all companies. 6. Follow-up correspondence and open lines of communication with Scotia Capital USA Inc. to provide clarifications regarding their project financing.
Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the member for Point of Peer, question number 7 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, based on legal advice received, Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream Energy Operations Company Limited did not pursue involvement in the court process involving Naikwan's winding up. This was on the basis that Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream was prepared to consider negotiations in good faith with the receiver manager appointed. This was considered as the most prudent course and avenue to recover the debt owed by Naikwan, as Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream is an unsecured creditor. On or around the 24th of October 2024, Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream was informed by an advertisement placed in the daily newspapers that a receiver was appointed for Naikwan and therefore it is in the process of writing to the receiver to outline its claims.
Member for
Sorry.
Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, in light of your response, can you state categorically the value of the debt to Trinidad and Tobago Upstream Downstream Energy Operations Company Limited by NICWA?
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Madam Speaker, I cannot give the exact amount, and that actually is in dispute, but by calculations, it is over, if I remember correctly, about $30 million US.
Member for Point of View.
Again, on behalf of the member for Point of View, question number 8 to the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as is expected in normal course and process and timing, Shell has not made a final investment decision, FID, for the production of the Dragon gas field. This decision does not arise until various studies and reports are completed. These studies and reports are in progress and on schedule at this time, pursuant to the terms of the license granted by the government of Venezuela. As was recently announced, there are marine survey vessels currently surveying the Dragon field and the potential seabed pathways for the subsea pipeline from the Dragon field to the Hibiscus platform. Additionally, engineering works and procurement exercises are ongoing as scheduled and as expected.
Member for Naparima.
Speaker, question number 10 to the Minister of National Security.
Security.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, the protracted security situation affecting Haiti is a multidimensional one, which similarly requires a multifaceted approach. Haiti has an estimated 200 gangs, 23 of which are believed to be operating in the metropolitan area of Port-au-Prince. The United Nations estimate that gangs now control 80% of Haiti's capital and continue to fight for even more control. Additionally, smuggled firearms and ransom payments to kidnappers have also allowed these gangs to become more financially independent, increasing their power, while the underfunded and under-resourced police department have been unable to contain them. The situation has rapidly deteriorated following the assassination of the former prime minister of that country in July of 2021, and has been further exacerbated by the widespread hunger in Haiti, as nearly half of its 11.7 million population are estimated to be facing acute food insecurity. To this end, the following initiatives have been deployed. At the international level, a multinational security support system led by Kenya was authorized by the United Nations Security Council in October 2023 to combat armed criminal gangs that dominate the capital. However, it should be noted that the Kenya-led mission, which depends on voluntary contributions of personal equipment, financial and logistical resources by the UN member states and regional organizations, have faced severe challenges, including lack of funds. In fact, while the US and Canada have provided the majority of funds so far, the trust fund set up to finance the mission is over $150 million short of the estimated $589 million needed for the first year of operations. In response to the shortfall, the United States and Ecuador circulated a draft resolution in early September requesting the UN to begin planning for a UN peacekeeping operation, which will be, of course, funded by the United Nations more directly. As such, this is one conceivable way to secure funding and staffing. At the regional level, in 2023, the Eminent Persons Group was established to extend the Caribbean community's good offices to the government of Haiti and the Haitian stakeholders. This group includes former Prime Ministers Dr. Kenny Anthony, Mr. Bruce Golden, and Mr. Perry Christie, all of whom were appointed by the CARICOM heads of government to facilitate dialogue and provide guidance during this period. At the national level, our Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, who is our lead spokesperson on this issue, went on record recently to indicate that Trinidad and Tobago has offered financial support in the amount of $202,000 as well as human resources to CARICOM's good offices and the Eminent Persons Group, while supporting other diplomatic offices that laid the foundation for the establishment of the Kenya-led multinational security support system. In light of the foregoing, the government and the people of Trinidad and Tobago continues to stand firmly with the people of Haiti during this protracted security crisis and will continue to provide the necessary support to the various international and regional initiatives towards the successful liberation of Haiti from these armed criminal gangs tormenting, terrorizing, and disturbing the peace and good governance in Haiti. Thank you.
Member for Naparima.
Minister, despite those challenges which we agree with you in terms of the problems facing the international community, Jamaica, Bahamas, Antigua and Bermuda, Barbados have agreed to provide troops. Is this under consideration that Trinidad would provide troops to the UN force?
Minister of
I
National
have just
Security.
made it pellucid that Trinidad and Tobago has provided human resource for particular purposes, and that remains Trinidad and Tobago's position at this time.
Member for Naparima.
Question, thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 11 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Very warmly yet again, Madam Speaker, according to information provided by the Commissioner of Police, Departmental Order number 167 of 2023, dated Thursday, the 28th of December 2023, establishes the guidelines and limitations for the use and management of body-worn camera systems by police officers whilst on duty. Let me quote some elements of this standing order, departmental order, regarding this matter for you. Insofar as general administration, the cameras shall be issued to the second division officer in charge of the station or section. The cameras shall be securely stored within the station compound or designated office within a specialist section only. The SDO in charge shall be responsible for maintaining a camera register documenting the issue, return, and recorded media viewing history. Prior to the development of each patrol, the senior officer and or the briefing officer on duty shall inspect the body-worn camera equipment to ensure the system is sufficiently charged and fully operational. Officers shall not attempt to make repairs to body-worn camera equipment system. Malfunctions, damages, loss or theft of body-worn cameras or camera equipment shall be immediately reported to the shift supervisor. The supervisor shall be responsible to forward this information within 24 hours of receiving such report to the IT help desk. Training shall be conducted by the Police Academy on the use of body-worn camera at least once per year. Insofar as usage, the body-worn camera equipment shall be operated in accordance with the manufacturer's guidelines and the TTPS guidelines and policies. The body-worn camera shall be worn by assigned officers whilst on duty in accordance with the guidelines. The body-worn cameras shall be placed in record mode as soon as the officer is dispatched on patrol. Once in record mode, the body-worn camera shall remain on until the end of the shift. Monthly statistics on the incidents where body-worn cameras have been used to supplement investigations of alleged police misconduct and other complaints against police officers. The body-worn camera shall not be used to capture sensitive exposures of body parts, events which occur in police dormitory or dressing rooms, restrooms, or any other place where there should be reasonable expectation of privacy, to record conversations of fellow employees without their knowledge during routine non-law enforcement related activities and non-work related personal activities for personal time. The body-worn camera shall be placed in charging mode at the end of each shift whenever charging is required. Data shall only be downloaded to servers established or authorized by the TTPS TTPS's IT department. Download data shall be maintained at TTPS for a minimum of 1 year. Data that has less evidentiary value in criminal cases and or citizen complaints against officers shall be retained in accordance with the existing policies and procedures. Requests for copies of any data from the TTPS shall be made to the Commissioner of Police. Insofar as review of recorded data is concerned, to prevent damage or alteration of the original recorded media, it shall not be copied, viewed, or otherwise inserted into any device not approved by the Commissioner of Police and his or her designate. When reasonably possible, a copy of the original media shall be used for viewing unless authorized by the Commissioner of Police to preserve the original media. And finally, recorded media may be viewed in any of the following situations. 1, for use when preparing reports or statements. 2, to assess proper functioning of cameras. And 3, by TTPS investigators who are participating in official investigation, such as a personal complaint, administrative inquiry, or indeed criminal investigation. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Naparima.
Minister, for the benefit of the public, would you give the assurance that, as far as you're aware, that there's 100% compliance with the guidelines issued by the Commissioner of Police in regard of the use of body cameras?
Sir.
It is reasonably expected, Madam Speaker, given the very succinct and clear terms of the departmental order that I have quoted lavishly from, that these will be followed strictly in the performance of the police functions. I thank you.
Member for Naparima.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 13, again to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Yet again, I thank you profusely, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to treat with this question. The government clearly recognizes the need to ensure that the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard maintains a presence within its maritime jurisdiction. We have very recently purchased several engines to outfit some of our vessels that can be used for close inshore patrols and interim outboard powered boats that serve as interceptors to carry out interdictions further out at sea, particularly along the maritime boundary between Trinidad and Tobago and Venezuela. The Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard continues to actively support other law enforcement operations alongside the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. Furthermore, the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard maintains close collaboration with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to conduct ad hoc land and beach patrols in coastal areas as deemed by those professionals to be necessary. In these circumstances, the Coastal and Riverine Patrol Unit of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is also joined in these efforts as the service of our larger vessels is being conducted, as was elucidated upon recently in this House. Therefore, communication is maintained with police stations along our coastlines in crucial areas to assist with the detention of persons who may be able to evade continuous maritime patrols. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Tabaquite.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, question number 15 to the Minister of Education.
The Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with regard to the school supplies and book grant, the number of applications received in fiscal 2024 was 26,967. The number of applicants qualified and approved with complete and verified documentation in fiscal 2024 was 20,000. The number of grants disbursed in fiscal 2024 was 20,000. Applicants who did not submit in fiscal 2024 all necessary documentation or the required amendments to their initial submissions were given the opportunity to provide same and complete their applications. Consequent on the submission of additional documents and information, 3,345 additional applicants for 2024 grants have become eligible. These additional payments will be made in fiscal 2025 as soon as funds are available.
Honourable members, questions 18, 19, 20, and written question number 9 are deferred for 2 weeks.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers, personal explanation, introduction of bills, the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, financial intelligence unit of Trinidad and Tobago, securities, insurance, non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery and management, and unexplained wealth and miscellaneous provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024, in the name of the Minister of Finance.
The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter
Minister,
12.
Might I refer you to page 8 of the proceeding?
I'm so sorry for reading page 9. In accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, financial intelligence unit of Trinidad and Tobago, securities, insurance, non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery and management, and unexplained wealth and miscellaneous provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024, be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, financial intelligence unit of Trinidad and Tobago, securities, insurance, non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery and management, and unexplained wealth and miscellaneous provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024, be taken later in the proceedings. All in favour say aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
The Finance Bill 2024, in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 64-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Finance Bill 2024 be taken through all its stages on Monday, November 18, 2024.
Honourable members, the question is that the next stage of the Finance Bill 2024 be taken through all its stages on Monday, November 18th, 2024. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister. Public Business, Government Business Bill, second reading.
The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management on Unexplained Wealth, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, Number 25 of 2020, be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, I wish to underscore from the outset that the primary objective of this bill is to ensure Trinidad and Tobago's compliance with critical standards established by the European Union and the Financial Action Task Force. With the passage of this bill, Trinidad and Tobago aims to achieve, at the very least, a largely compliant rating in FATF Recommendation 35 during its 5th round mutual evaluation, ultimately facilitating our removal from the European Commission's list of high-risk third country jurisdictions identified as having deficiencies in their anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism regimes. These standards are essential for aligning our anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing, and asset recovery frameworks within international best practices. Now, FATF, as we know, serves as the global watchdog for combating money laundering and terrorist financing. This intergovernmental organization establishes international guidelines aimed at preventing illicit activities and mitigating the harm they inflict on societies worldwide. FATF mobilizes political commitment to drive necessary reforms in national laws related to these issues. With 40 members, FATF formulates standards that empower national authorities to effectively target unlawful funds associated with drug trafficking, arms smuggling, cybercrime, and other serious offenses. Over 200 countries and jurisdictions, including Trinidad and Tobago, have pledged to adopt the FATF standards, creating a unified global front against organized crime, corruption, and terrorism. Madam Speaker, ensuring compliance with FATF standards is essential for safeguarding a secure, transparent, and well-functioning financial system. This commitment not only bolsters the economy of Trinidad and Tobago, but protects citizens while contributing to global efforts in the fight against financial crime and terrorism. This bill is therefore critical, as the proposed amendments to these 8 pieces of legislation will help align Trinidad and Tobago with key FATF standards. Notably, these amendments address important recommendations, including Recommendation 8 on non-profit organizations, Recommendation 22 on customer due diligence for designated non-financial businesses and professions, Recommendation 26 on the regulation and supervision of financial institutions, Recommendation 27 on the powers of supervisors, and Recommendation 35 on sanctions. The bill before us introduces key reforms that will strengthen our ability to detect and penalize financial misconduct with administrative monetary fines, particularly intended to enhance reporting and compliance with EU requirements. The proposed amendments cover a range of areas, including proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism efforts, the supervisory function of our financial intelligence unit, and strengthening provisions in the securities and insurance legislation. It also includes enhanced oversight for non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery, and addresses provisions related to unexplained wealth. I'll now outline the core elements of the bill and explain its importance, particularly as it relates to Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to upholding its obligations under the FATF standards. These standards, as I've indicated, are recognized globally as the benchmark for preventing, detecting, investigating, and prosecuting financial crimes, specifically money laundering, terrorism financing, and the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. This is a necessary step, this legislation, to bolster Trinidad and Tobago's reputation as a cooperative jurisdiction in the international financial system. In the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, FATF, because FATF is broken into regions around the world, so we are members of FATF. In the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, 4th round mutual evaluation report, published in 2016, Trinidad and Tobago received a partially compliant rating for Recommendation 35 under FATF standards. This particular recommendation mandates that countries implement criminal, administrative, and civil sanctions which are effective, dissuasive, and proportionate for any breaches of anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism or AML-CFT laws and regulations. However, in Trinidad and Tobago's third follow-up report, published in 2019, it was highlighted that while the criminal penalties in Trinidad and Tobago were considered proportionate and effective, these are the penalties dealing with anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, and so on, the administrative sanctions framework required strengthening. It was found that the supervisory authorities currently lack the power to impose administrative fines on financial institutions and designated businesses for AML-CFT violations. And this is a worldwide trend where authorities are asking that there be a combination of both criminal sanctions, or penalties and custodial sentences and so on, and an option for administrative fines. In 2018, furthermore, the European Commission included Trinidad and Tobago on its EU AML list. This was due in part to our partially compliant ratings in FATF Recommendation 25, which pertains to transparency and beneficial ownership of legal arrangements, and Recommendation 35 concerning sanctions. Representatives from the EU have told us through the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs that our removal from the EU high-risk list is contingent upon obtaining stronger recommendations for Recommendations 25 and 35. In March of this year, the Global Forum Secretariat conducted a mock assessment to prepare Trinidad and Tobago for its second round peer review on transparency and exchange of information on request, held from October 21st to October 25th, 2024. So there was a mock assessment in March 24, and then the actual assessment in October 2024. During this assessment, the Global Forum's assessment team noted that Trinidad and Tobago would benefit from implementing a robust administrative monetary fine regime to effectively deter breaches of anti-money laundering regulations. They recommended prioritizing the necessary legislation and bringing it to the Global Forum's attention to support the country's overall rating under this standard. It is worth highlighting that the requirements under Recommendation 25, which addresses transparency and beneficial ownership of legal arrangements, were substantially met by the Miscellaneous Provisions Global Forum Bill, Act Number 15 of 2024, which was proclaimed on October 10, 2024. Our fifth round mutual evaluation to assess the country's effective implementation of the FATF recommendations, including 25 and 35, is scheduled to commence in the second quarter of 2025. So, using local parlance, we are taking in front. It will begin with a technical compliance questionnaire, followed by an on-site visit from FATF assessors in the latter half of March 2026. In this regard, this bill aims to further strengthen the existing AML-CFT framework, supporting efforts to remove Trinidad and Tobago from the EU AML list and positioning the country favorably for a positive outcome in the upcoming fifth round mutual evaluation assessment. The practical benefits of the legislation before the House are significant and include enhancing the power of supervisory authorities to take decisive action for non-compliance with AML-CFT requirements, assisting local banks in maintaining and expanding their correspondent banking relationships, by addressing the challenges associated with higher transaction fees and extended processing times due to enhanced scrutiny by correspondent banks as a result of the country's EU AML listing. We aim to foster a more favorable environment for banks to operate, strengthening our regulatory framework and ensuring that banks comply with international standards must facilitate stronger partnerships with global financial institutions. This not only aligns with our global compliance standards, but also supports economic stability and resilience by enabling smoother, more cost-effective banking operations. The bill will also support and bolster the resilience of our financial sector by attracting more international players, direct foreign investment to the region, counteracting the trend of branch and subsidiary closures by international banks. It will help to restore confidence in our formal financial system, combat the growth of a shadow economy, and provide businesses and individuals with more reliable payment options. I now will look at the bill clause by clause. The bill has 10 clauses. Clause 1 is the usual short title, which I have already outlined in its full form. Clause 2 is commencement. Again, this is quite normal. It provides for commencement of the bill by proclamation by the President. And this is necessary, as usual, to put the operational requirements in place after passage of the legislation before proclamation. Clause 3 deals with the Proceeds of Crime Act. As I indicated, we are amending 8 pieces of legislation. Clause 3 proposes several amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, aimed at strengthening the regulatory framework against money laundering. Firstly, it grants the minister to whom responsibility for finance, who has the responsibility for finance, to establish regulations that set administrative fines for breaches of money laundering regulations, Section 56.1. In amending Section 52.4 as well, the clause clarifies that disclosures made about suspicions of money laundering, whether to a police officer or the Financial Intelligence Unit, will not be considered a violation of confidentiality or other statutory restrictions. Further, the amendment to Section 55A3 shortens the reporting period for financial institutions and listed businesses, requiring them to submit a report within 5 days instead of 14 from when they first became aware or reasonably suspected that funds involved in a transaction were tied to criminal activity. Additionally, under Section 58E, any ministerial order concerning the allocation of funds from the fund will require a negative resolution of Parliament. This clause also updates the first schedule of the Proceeds of Crime Act by aligning the interpretation of the activity of real estate business with the intention of FATF Recommendation 22 and the corresponding definition provided under the Real Estate Agents Act, number 12 of 2020. This clause also refines the term attorney at law, accountant, or other independent legal professionals in the first schedule to align with the description of the activities intended to be captured by FATF Recommendation 22. Further, this clause removes the National Lotteries Control Board and non-profit organizations from the first schedule as a listed business subject to AML, CFT, CPF supervision by the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, thereby aligning with Recommendation 22 to ensure greater consistency. Additionally, the activity of gaming and betting control, as defined under the Gambling, Betting and Control Act, number 8 of 2021, is added to the activities described in the first schedule to reflect the current regulatory framework. So we're putting in a much broader definition of gambling. Clause 4, the Anti-Terrorism Act will be amended by Clause 4, and it grants the minister with responsibility for finance the authority to establish regulations that impose administrative fines for breaches of money laundering regulations. Clause 5 is an amendment to the Financial Intelligence Unit Act. It introduces several amendments to the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, aimed at strengthening the FIU's AML, CFT, CPF supervisory capabilities. Clause 5D introduces a new section, 18GA, which empowers the FIU to request documents and information from non-regulated financial institutions and listed businesses to assess compliance with AML, CFT, CPF, domestic legislation, excluding any information obtained in privileged legal proceedings or settings. This provision allows the FIU to conduct off-site and desk-based reviews of non-regulated financial institutions and listed businesses when circumstances justify such reviews. Additionally, Clause 5C removes redundant language in Section 18G2A, clarifying the FIU's authority to retrieve documentation and information during on-site examinations for AML, CFT, and CPF compliance. Apart from its AML, CFT, CPF supervisory functions, Clauses 5A and more specifically 5E introduce a new Section 18J, designating the FIU as the oversight authority for non-profit organization. This aligns with the revised FATF Recommendation 8 and clarifies the FIU's role as the oversight authority for specified non-profit organization. Clause 5B enhances the FIU's intelligence functions by requiring that any FIU reports related to human trafficking be forwarded to the Ministry of National Security's Counter-Trafficking Unit. We are also looking at an amendment to one of the clauses in the bill, and that is to deal with the provision of false information to the FIU, and we may propose a simple amendment at the committee stage, but we are still looking at it to see whether we need to do it at this time. With respect to Clause 6, the Securities Act is amended by Clause 6. It amends Section 14, 51, and 57 of that Act to address unintended changes made by the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act 2020. These updates clarify prior amendments, while a new provision under subparagraph C, Roman 4, empowers the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission to issue warnings to registrants who fail to comply with the Securities Act or obligations under laws addressing money laundering, terrorism financing, proliferation financing, or any other law which may be administered by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Paragraph D introduces a new section, 156AA, granting the Securities Commission authority to impose administrative penalties for breaches of anti-money laundering or counter-financing terrorism laws. This will strengthen regulatory enforcement and enhance compliance across financial entities. Clause 7 amends the Insurance Act. It introduces an exception to the current restriction on disclosing information obtained during the course of duties related to the business. It allows individuals connected to registrants to provide witness statements to police officers of superintendent rank or higher, or to the Police Complaints Authority in the course of criminal investigations or proceedings involving police officers. This disclosure would be permitted when requested in writing by the police with written consent from the Director of Public Prosecutions. The clause also introduces protection for those making disclosures, stating it will not be a breach of confidentiality, contract, or law to provide such statements. It also ensures that no legal action can be brought against individuals or entities who disclose information in good faith under these provisions. This will enhance the ability to support criminal investigations while protecting those acting within the law. These are consistent with amendments previously made to the Financial Institutions Act. Clause 8 deals with the Non-Profit Organizations Act by introducing the term oversight authority in line with the FATF functional definition and removing the definition of supervisory authority. It designates the FIU as the oversight authority for non-profit organizations that have been identified as high risk based on an AML, CFT, CPF sector or national risk assessment. Under this clause, the FIU will be responsible for providing oversight and guidance to non-profit organizations regarding anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and counter-proliferation financing, and will be done using a risk-based approach. Additionally, the bill corrects an error, a cross-reference in Section 28, and ensures all mentions of supervisory authority are replaced with oversight authority. Now, in June 2016, the FATF revised Recommendation 8 to clarify that only a subset of non-profit organizations identified by countries are vulnerable to terrorist financing and should be subjected to Recommendation 8 requirements. The revisions emphasize a risk-based approach, avoiding a one-size-fits-all approach. Now, you will understand that there are so many different non-profit organizations, so I think this is quite a sensible approach, that you would seek to identify which types of NPOs are vulnerable to terrorist financing. However, as time went by, this is in 2016, a 2021 FATF paper highlighted ongoing issues with the proportional and focused implementation of measures which were disrupting legitimate non-profit organization activities. In response, FATF proposed further revisions in June 2023 to provide the necessary clarity and consistency. These amendments stress the need for targeted, risk-based measures to address terrorist financing risks without hindering legitimate non-profit organization activities. Additionally, NPOs should be subject to oversight and monitoring, not supervision, which is typically done with financial institutions. So clauses 5 and 8 of the bill align with these FATF revisions. Clause 9 deals with the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act. It proposes an amendment to that act to clarify the application of Section 31(2), addressing concerns raised by the judiciary with respect to ambiguity. The amendment also ensures that cases involving individuals acquitted of an offense, as outlined in Section 45(3), or other situations where the DPP deems it appropriate, can be referred to the relevant agency for further action regarding recoverable property. Clause 10. This deals with the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act and introduces several amendments to that Act, Act number 25 of 2020. The key changes include amendments to Proceeds of Crime Act. Section 4 is revised to impose stricter penalties for non-compliance with certain provisions, including substantial fines and imprisonment. New subsections introduce administrative fines and detailed procedures for their application, allowing supervisory authorities to issue fines for violations of financial obligations regulations. So again, this is a worldwide trend that these international agencies require a combination of both criminal sanctions and administrative fines. Provisions for appeals and extensions of time to remedy contraventions are also included. The second key change is amendments to Anti-Terrorism Act. Section 5 refines penalties and administrative fines, aligning them with similar provisions in the Proceeds of Crime Act. It also sets a 7-year statute of limitations for prosecuting offenses and introduces a definition of relevant date. The third change is to the Financial Intelligence Unit Act. Section 7 removes certain provisions related to the imposition of administrative fines and court orders, opting instead for direct fines by the FIU for violations by non-regulated financial institutions or businesses. The fourth key change is an amendment to the Securities Act. Section 12 corrects a reference in the Securities Act to ensure consistency with the revised structure of the legislation. All of these amendments enhance enforcement measures for financial institutions and businesses in compliance with FATF requirements. Now, Madam Speaker, this bill, which lays the groundwork for introduction of administrative monetary fines for breaches related to anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism and countering proliferation financing is a significant milestone in reinforcing Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to adopting global financial integrity standards. The measures are targeted at meeting the stringent recommendations set forth by the Financial Action Task Force and the European Union, enhancing the regulatory and supervisory frameworks of the 3 supervisory authorities in Trinidad and Tobago, the FIU, the Central Bank, and the Securities and Exchange Commission. By empowering these agencies with the authority to impose proportionate and dissuasive monetary penalties, this bill strengthens Trinidad and Tobago's regulatory environment. It is intended to promote a culture of compliance across both financial and non-financial sectors. Administrative monetary fines, as I indicated, there's a worldwide trend towards this, provide a robust, flexible tool to penalize non-compliance without the need for lengthy legal proceedings, making enforcement more efficient and cost-effective. The bill also directly addresses prior deficiencies highlighted in our FATF 4th round mutual evaluation. The establishment of administrative monetary fines will enhance Trinidad and Tobago's standing as a trustworthy and transparent financial jurisdiction and will advance our progression towards full compliance with FATF standards and paves the way for removal of the label we currently have, unjustifiably, of a high-risk jurisdiction. This will foster greater international confidence, facilitate business related to cross-border transactions, facilitate trade, investment, essential components for our country's resilience and growth. With strong enforcement mechanisms in place, we also align ourselves with international best practice and improve the capacity of our national agencies to identify and mitigate risks associated with financial crimes. Through the implementation of this bill, we will join the ranks of compliant jurisdictions, send a clear message that we are committed to protecting the integrity of our financial system and upholding global standards in the fight against terrorist financing, money laundering, and proliferation financing. It is essential as we approach the 5th round mutual evaluation process that Trinidad and Tobago positions itself as a leader in financial transparency and compliance. This bill is central to that effort. Now, it is not just a legal obligation. We consider it essential for safeguarding our financial system from misuse and for avoiding severe penalties. A recent example of this is seen in the case of the U.S. Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, which assessed a record $1.3 billion U.S. penalty against TD Bank for anti-money laundering failures, as reported in September by FinCEN. These penalties underscore the importance of having robust systems in place to prevent financial crimes and to protect our economy. Another significant case is Canada's Financial Transactions and Reports Analysis Centre, FINTRAC, which imposed a $7.5 million Canadian dollar penalty on the Royal Bank of Canada for failing to meet anti-money laundering obligations, as reported by Reuters in December of last year, 2023. This bill will not only shield us from similar risks, but reinforce our commitment to international compliance. And Madam Speaker, how much more time do I have?
Time ends at 3:33.
Madam Speaker, last week I traveled to Paris, to the headquarters of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Nice. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD. And at that meeting, Madam Speaker, I was privileged to sign on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago a very, very important convention which we were not permitted previously to sign. the OECD was of the view that Trinidad and Tobago had not done the necessary work to sign the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters. But because of all of the work we have done over the last year or two, because of all the legislation we have brought to this Parliament, because of the ongoing peer review by the Global Forum Assessment Team, we were invited to go to Paris to sign this. So I signed the Multilateral Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters. And that immediately made international news in terms of all of the international magazines and organizations that monitor this kind of thing, so that the ITR, International Tax Organization, on November 8th, published on its website that Trinidad and Tobago had joined the OECD's Global Anti-Taxing Dodging Initiative. That was as a result of me signing that convention on behalf of Trinidad and Tobago. On the 7th of November, the OECD itself published on its website and sent out an international press release that Trinidad and Tobago had joined the Multilateral Convention to tackle tax evasion and avoidance. The reason why I'm saying this is that we live in a world where we cannot ignore the fact that these organizations exist. So we cannot ignore the fact that the Financial Action Task Force exists, or that the Global Forum, which is an entity within the OECD that looks at tax compliance and tax transparency, we cannot pretend it does not exist. We cannot pretend that the EU Council of Ministers that look at countries around the world and determine whether they are compliant with the sharing of tax information, we can't pretend they don't exist. After I went to Paris, I went to Brussels, to the headquarters of the European Union, and met with persons responsible for assessing compliance with transparency in the sharing of tax information. And that meeting was interesting, where the EU directors made it very, very clear that they require strict compliance to their rules and regulations, and that even though I had signed the convention the day before in Paris, Trinidad and Tobago is now required to ratify the convention and to deposit it with the relevant authorities. Fortunately, with the assistance of members of this Parliament, earlier in the year, one of the pieces of legislation that we passed empowers the Minister of Finance now to simply ratify that convention, that mutual convention on administrative assistance on tax matters, by ministerial order, which I intend to do within the next week or so, and also allows us, so we can ratify by ministerial order, and also allows us to deposit the convention in the appropriate place. So by the end of this year, we will be totally compliant with respect to the ratification of that particular convention on tax administration, international cooperation on sharing of tax information. But the point the EU made, that is all very well for us to pass laws, for me to sign an agreement, but I have to ratify it, in other words, to bring it into effect, to incorporate it into our domestic legal framework. And I say this because we recently had a situation, actually between yesterday and today, and I want to explain something that has occurred between yesterday and today. So compliance with the international standards that I have spoken about, which are established by the European Union, the Global Forum, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and the Financial Action Task Force, there must be strict adherence to the company's registry and the tax laws of each country. Now, Trinidad and Tobago, even though we are a small island state, we have to meet the same stringent standards as developed countries. This imposes a significant compliance burden on our resources and often leads to challenges, including being subjected to various international watch lists, such as the European Union's list of non-cooperative tax jurisdictions. As I said, they're very strict. A critical compliance criterion is the updating of company records and the timely filing of annual returns and other company documents with the Office of the Registrar General. And this is a requirement under the Companies Act, Chapter 8101. Now, since COVID, there have been a number of amnesties granted by the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs through the Registrar General's Department for the waiver of penalties against companies for the failure to file annual returns and other company documents within the prescribed period. So it started in COVID. There was an amnesty because it was recognized during COVID that this was virtually impossible to do. And it has continued for other reasons, such as problems with cybercrime and cyber attacks and computerization and so on. So the last extension expired yesterday, the 14th of November, 2024. That's the last extension for an amnesty against penalties for the late filing of annual returns by companies and other documents. Many stakeholders, as is the norm in Trinidad and Tobago, called for this extension to be continued to March 2025 or beyond. We took a good look at it. We assessed the situation very carefully. We looked at the potential impact on extending the deadline for the filing of annual returns of companies and other company documents beyond the 14th of November, including our second round peer review under the Exchange of Information on Request framework. And initially, after a lot of discussion, the government decided to extend the amnesty for the filing of company returns to the 31st of January. However, on further examination, based on feedback from international agencies, further consultations and review, we have determined that the extension to January 31st, 2025 was inappropriate. And in fact, it could threaten our rating of largely compliant with the Global Forum, which we hope to achieve next year in 2025, and thereafter come off all of these international non-compliant grey lists, blacklists, whatever you want to call them. So after further consultations and review and advice from our experts, it has been determined that a revised deadline of December the 13th, 2024 is more appropriate. This strikes a balance between fulfilling our international obligations and offering another extended window for citizens to comply with their filing requirements under the Companies Act. It is very, very important that we do this to continue our mission to come off all of these international non-compliant lists. I realize that with the publication of the extended deadline of January 31st, and now a revised deadline of December 13th, this may cause some inconvenience. But companies have had months, I dare say years, to file their returns, and I hope people understand how important it is, how fragile our situation is in terms of our compliance with all of these international agencies. And now we have therefore given an additional month rather than giving an additional 2 months. I beg to move, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 11, 27, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, number 25 of 2020, be now read a second time. Member for Barataria Samuel.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this omnibus bill that is amending several pieces of legislation, including amending another omnibus bill. So it's like Inception. It's Madam Speaker, if we see that movie, it's a dream within a dream. The Minister of Finance would have indicated to us that he took a trip to Europe recently and that he visited Paris to sign the treaty. We were on the blacklist since 2017, Madam Speaker, and due to the delay, due to the non-action and the negligence and omission of this government, we have been placed on that blacklist since 2017 and we still cannot come off of it. So the minister went to Paris to sign the convention and report to Trinidad and Tobago. I think he made it on a magazine, he said. And then thereafter he went to Brussels and they gave him a warning. You can't just sign the treaty, you have to do the work also. Because that is what they will do, and I will explain, Madam Speaker, why that is important. Because technical compliance alone is not enough. But the greater point here, Madam Speaker, is that the minister could come to Parliament today and boast that he went to Paris and he went to Brussels, but the ordinary citizen in Trinidad and Tobago cannot access Forex, Madam Speaker. This particular bill encourages global competition. It encourages correspondent banking, Madam Speaker. And today in Trinidad and Tobago, somebody might have to buy a plane ticket on installments because they don't have access to Forex. But it seems that is not a problem for the Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker. It is not a problem for him. Madam Speaker, we are here in this Parliament to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago is respected on the global stage. But through the inaction of this government, Madam Speaker, we have been embarrassed internationally. We were placed on a grey list by FATF, then we were placed on a blacklist by the Global Forum. We managed to pass certain laws, we came out of the FATF grey list, but we are still on the Global Forum blacklist. We underwent, Madam Speaker, the 4th round evaluation in FATF in 2016. There's a report that is available online on the FATF website, where you can see where Trinidad and Tobago had deficiencies. And what is this FATF? As the Minister rightly said, it's the watchdog. There are 40 recommendations and various outcomes we have to comply with in order to be part of the global community as showing our commitment towards fighting money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, and all of those other very complex issues of monies and the way in which monies are transferred through NPOs, through non-financial organizations, and so on. And we passed various laws, Madam Speaker, in this Parliament. And FATF has 40 recommendations. And within those recommendations, we have to do certain things. And the Minister also indicated that we are going to undergo 5th round evaluation. So 4th round took place in 2016, and we are now going to do 5th round evaluation, Madam Speaker. Through the FATF website, I found that Trinidad and Tobago will be one of the first jurisdictions to undergo 5th round on-site evaluation, and that will take place in March 2026. We will have to submit the questionnaire by September 2025, sorry, Madam Speaker. So today we are engaging in this debate in this Parliament to ensure that we are compliant for the 5th round evaluation. Now, when you look at the number of laws we have passed in this Parliament with respect to this issue, Madam Speaker, we did do well when it comes to the technical ratings. Technical ratings mean we have the laws in place to deal with these issues of money laundering, countering terrorist financing. We have the laws. But what the 5th round evaluation, Madam Speaker, is telling us is that they want to go a little deeper. They want to ensure that the laws that are passed by various jurisdictions are actually working. They must be effective. And therefore, what FATF issued on their website on April 2022 was the methodology that they're going to use with respect to the 5th round evaluation. And it says what will change in the next round of evaluation. And I want to quote from the document, Madam Speaker. It says that the next round of mutual evaluations will place an even greater focus on effectiveness to ensure that countries are implementing and making use of the laws, regulations, and policies that are being passed. When I read this, Madam Speaker, I said that they're looking at our notes in the Hansard, because these are the matters that we continuously raise in the Parliament, that you cannot pass the law alone, but the law must also work. And in order for the law to work, you must have the mechanisms, you must have the infrastructure, you must have the people in place for the laws to work. We have a lot of laws, Madam Speaker. You will see that we have been freezing assets in this country through High Court orders, but the seized fund assets it has no money in it, it has no assets in it. We are just filing those orders, Madam Speaker, to be compliant because there are certain resolutions from the United Nations with respect to the Security Council and certain directives that they will give. Madam Speaker, I believe one of bin Laden's son's assets was seized in Trinidad and Tobago. An order was issued for him, but no assets. So that is what goes towards effectiveness, Madam Speaker. You have the law, but is it working? And I'll give you some examples, Madam Speaker, of how the laws may not be working. So we have to be very careful when we go towards the 5th round evaluation, because they like to blame us. When you reach 5th round evaluation, Madam Speaker, we have no part to play in that. That is executive action. We are playing a part with respect to technical compliance, because our vote comes in the Parliament, Madam Speaker, with respect to technical compliance. Madam Speaker, I want to give you an example here. So this is a long sheet outlining all of the jurisdictions in Trinidad and Tobago. And this bill attempts, Madam Speaker, to address some of the deficiencies that we have faced or outlined by our mutual evaluation. And we have been passing laws. We have regular enhanced follow-up meetings and so on. The last one was issued in June 2019, which is the 3rd enhanced follow-up report and technical compliance re-rating. So they would look at some of the deficiencies, and they'll say, okay, you pass laws with respect to this, let us re-rate you on those recommendations. And this is an updated document, Madam Speaker, the 7th of November, 2024, again coming out of the FATF website with respect to this matter. We have been partially compliant when there's recommendation 8. We have been partially compliant for recommendation 25. We have been partially compliant for recommendation 28. We have been partially compliant for recommendation 35. And we have been partially compliant for recommendation 38. And let me just outline to the House what those mean. The regulation 8 deals with non-profit organizations, which the bill touches. Recommendation 25 deals with transparency and beneficial ownership of legal arrangements. We did some of that already. Recommendation 28 deals with regulation and supervisions of DNFPBS. We have recommendation 35 that deals with sanctions. We're dealing with that in this particular bill. The Minister was right when he outlined that FATF is asking Trinidad and Tobago to implement administrative sanctions or administrative fines as compared to just only criminal sanctions. And then we have recommendation 38 that deals with mutual legal assistance, freezing, and confiscation, Madam Speaker. So it tells us that we're doing well, we're scoring well with technical compliance. As the opposition, we supported some of that legislation to ensure that we are on a better place, Madam Speaker. We objected to some, and that is our duty in this Parliament. At the end of the day, while we live in a global community, we as the opposition are protectors of our Constitution, and therefore, if we raise objection in the public interest, it doesn't mean that we are objecting to the legislation, but that is our right here to ensure that the respect is given to our democratic principles outlined in that are enshrined in our 1976 Republican Constitution. But, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier on, we're good with technical compliance. Now let's go towards the rating that we got for effectiveness of the laws. Madam Speaker, there were 11 outcomes, and out of the 11 outcomes, of all, Madam Speaker, we scored very, very low on those 11 outcomes, Madam Speaker. In fact, we were scoring low level of effectiveness. The immediate outcome is not achieved or achieved to a negligible extent. Fundamental improvements needed. So I'll tell you what they are, Madam Speaker. Immediate outcome 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. The others, we were ME, and ME rating is moderate level of effectiveness. So they pass all the law. But FATF is now telling you that the laws are not working. You can't fool these people, Madam Speaker. These people are coming to tell you, listen, you have the law, show us the numbers, show us the people, show us the process, show us the infrastructure, show us all of these things, Madam Speaker, because we cannot get away from this. And those that we scored low on are these. Immediate outcome 7. Money laundering offenses and activities are investigated and offenders are prosecuted and subject to effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. We fail on that. Immediate outcome 8, proceeds and instrumentalities of crime are confiscated. I think I referred to that earlier on. Immediate outcome 9, terrorist financing offenses and activities are investigated and persons who finance terrorism are prosecuted and subject to effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions. Immediate outcome 10, terrorist organizations and terrorist financiers are prevented from raising, moving, and using funds and from abusing the NPO sector, that's the non-profit organization sector. And immediate outcome 11, persons and entities involved in the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, I have nothing to do with that, are prevented from raising, moving, and using funds consistent with the use of the United Nations Security Council resolutions, Madam Speaker. So in all of those, we have scored extremely low. Money laundering, supervision, Madam Speaker, arrangements for beneficial ownership, financial intelligence. So we are passing all of these laws, and I'll go through some of the laws in particular with respect to the clauses, Madam Speaker, and I'll show you why you cannot just come to the Parliament, say you need the support, but you're not doing the work in order to create the laws and make them, in order to cause the laws to be effective, Madam Speaker. And I'll give you an example. Let's look at numbers now. In the year 2023, according to the annual report of the Financial Intelligence Unit, there were 950 STRs or SARs, those are suspicious transaction reports. And of those 950 reports, it amounted to $6 billion worth of suspicious transactions in Trinidad. $6 billion. 2022, 958 reports, $1.9 billion. 2021, 1,638 reports, $3 billion. The 2020 report, Madam Speaker, and I read back the report last night, 1,831 reports amounted to $27 billion worth of suspicious transaction reports in Trinidad and Tobago. Now that says something. Now we have all of these SDR reports by the thousands amounting to billions of dollars, but Madam Speaker, are we seeing anyone in jail for these matters? Are we seeing the assets being confiscated because we have the laws? Madam Speaker, are the laws really effective? Because clearly there's an issue now with respect to prosecution, detection, charge, conviction. Because FATF is telling you that in their immediate outcome, that we are falling short on the prosecution and the sanctioning of offenses in relation to money laundering, Madam Speaker. So those are some of the introductory remarks I wish to raise with respect to the framework of FATF and our compliance there. Madam Speaker, I want to take you to various clauses now, in particular in the bill. And in the bill, we are trying to amend 8 pieces of legislation. And Madam Speaker, I was surprised that this bill was laid in this form and this fashion. When you read this bill, there are typographical errors. There are errors with respect to referencing, Madam Speaker. There are grammatical errors in this bill, Madam Speaker. I am indeed surprised by what I have seen in this Parliament. I think it was in English. I don't know if they had any other words in French after the minister took his visit to Paris. But, Madam Speaker, I must say, when the member for San Fernando West brought these bills, I have never detected these grammatical errors. I must say that. I must say that, Madam Speaker. I don't know what is happening to our current Attorney General. I think he is accustomed mixing up his papers. Madam Speaker, but I'll take it to clause 1. Clause 3, which deals with the amendment to the Proceeds of Crime Act. And in this amendment, Madam Speaker, what the government is trying to do here is several things with respect to this amendment. At section 52(4) of the Parent Act, they want to include after the words police officers. So I will give you what the law reads, Madam Speaker, because it's easy to reference. And I must make a comment here, and I raised this in the Standing Finance Committee. The last time the laws of Trinidad and Tobago were consolidated was in 2016. Madam Speaker, we passed hundreds of pieces of legislation in this Parliament, and it is very, very difficult in order to follow all of these amendments, especially in absence of consolidated laws, Madam Speaker. That is why we have some cross-referencing errors that we have to correct right now by way of this bill. So the parent law will now read, where a person discloses to police officer, and the amendment is now, or to the FIUTT, A, his suspicion or belief that another person is engaged in money laundering, or B, any information or other matter on which that suspicion or belief is based, the disclosure shall not be treated as a breach of any restriction imposed by the statute or otherwise. Now, Madam Speaker, while I understand we're not touching the Parent Act, what we're doing now is allowing a person to report to the FIU on a transaction with respect to if they have a belief or a suspicion of money laundering. And I'll tell you the danger in that, Madam Speaker, because what is going to happen there now is that this person may be protected by way of providing this disclosure to the FIU. But it's not a reasonable suspicion that they have, It's not a reasonable belief, Madam Speaker. It's just a suspicion, a mere hunch. So I feel that this person is engaged in money laundering and you report it to the FIU, Madam Speaker. I think that is an extremely low threshold, because the standard is reasonable suspicion or reasonable belief that an offense of money laundering is or has occurred, Madam Speaker. This is a very low threshold, and I asked the government to look at it. I know the Minister of Finance indicated that an amendment might come by way in the committee stage with respect to this particular clause in the bill. Going on to the amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, Madam Speaker, is this. Under the schedule of the FIU Act, it would have the listed entities in which the FIU will provide supervisory authority or oversight over. And what the bill is attempting to do now is uniform the definition of real estate transactions and business in accordance to the Real Estate Act that was passed in this Parliament. Madam Speaker, do you know that that Real Estate Act was passed in this Parliament in May 2020, and it is still awaiting proclamation? No. It is still awaiting proclamation, and today we are importing the definition from an act that is yet to be proclaimed in this particular law, Madam Speaker. Then we also have the Gaming and Gambling Control Act of 2021, Madam Speaker, that is now being inserted here in the schedule. Madam Speaker, do you know that that law was passed on the 12th of July 2021 and is still also awaiting proclamation? So you're passing the laws, but where is the effectiveness of those laws, Madam Speaker? There's no effectiveness of the laws. So those are the concerns I wish to outline to the Honourable House with respect to the amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act. Clause 4, which deals with an amendment to the Anti-Terrorism Act, with including the word sanctions and so on. Madam Speaker, those are what the recommendation of FATF had indicated to Trinidad and Tobago, that we need to include administrative fines, and that has been done here. We have no issue with respect to Clause 4 of the bill in that, that very limited amendment that is being placed here. Clause 5. Clause 5 does two things here, Madam Speaker. The first it does is creates a definition now of oversight authority, which will deal with the amendment to the Non-Profit Organization Act. But then it makes an amendment to Section 15 of the Parent Law, and it reads this. It says, where a report submitted under subsection 1 is in respect of an offense under the Trafficking in Persons Act, the FIUTT shall also transmit a copy of the report to the counter-trafficking unit of the ministry with responsibility for the national security ministry with responsibility for national security for investigation. Madam Speaker, the Trafficking in Persons Act, there is a board, and that act, Madam Speaker, empowers the Minister of National Security to come to this Parliament and lay an annual report with respect to the activities of the CTU, telling us about the convictions, about the investigations, and so on, provide statistics, Madam Speaker. I checked with the Parliament's library, Madam Speaker. Do you know that the last report for the counter-trafficking unit was laid in this Parliament in 2015? No. 2015, you know. That was when the last report was laid. Madam Speaker, the Minister of National Security is in breach of the law under the Trafficking in Persons Act, because it is an annual report that has to come to this Parliament, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, there are several judgments in this jurisdiction where ministers who fail to lay a report will be compelled by a court of law to make them lay these reports in the Parliament, Madam Speaker. Maybe Karim Marcel might do a better job than the current member of Philaventil West, Madam Speaker. Always sleeping at the job. Always sleeping at the job, Madam Speaker. Always, always. And then, this is where it gets complex, because this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, is a very technical, complicated piece of law. And the FIU is a supervisory authority for those financial, non-financial organizations, non-profit organizations, Madam Speaker. But a strange amendment is now being placed here, and I'll tell you why I find it strange. They are inserting a provision, Madam Speaker, Section 18GA1, and it reads, notwithstanding Section 18G, the FIUTT may require a non-regulated financial institution or listed business for which it is the supervisory authority to provide to it such books, records, documents, and other information, or copies of books, records, documents, or other information that are relevant to assess compliance with the written laws listed under Section 18F. So it's making reference to the Parent Act. Madam Speaker, when I looked at Section 18G, which we're creating an exception under this new Section 4, is this. 18G allows the FIU to inspect documents, go into an organization, inspect the premises, Madam Speaker. But they cannot do this without, Madam Speaker, a warrant. They have to go to court and get the warrant to inspect the premises. You can't just show up by somebody's door, knock it down and say, hey, give me your books. That is not how it works in Trinidad and Tobago. We have due process. We have to be protected by Section 4 and 5 of the Constitution. It says this, Madam Speaker, in 18G, where a non-regulated financial institution or listed business refuses to give consent under subsection 1, a police officer above the rank of sergeant may apply for a warrant to enter the premises referred to in subsection 1A to seize and take copies of any documents which may be evidence of non-compliance, inspect the premises, observe the manner in which certain functions are undertaken, Madam Speaker. So the first step is FIU shows up at the door of the business and says, I want to inspect your books. I need your consent. The business says, no, I'm not giving you consent. Next step, FIU gets a police officer above the rank of sergeant, goes to court, gets a warrant. The court will empower the FIU together with the police officer to go into that business, Madam Speaker, in order to inspect and get copies of the books. Do you know in this particular section that the government is including here, Madam Speaker, this is not subject to a warrant? The FIU could just show up, Madam Speaker, and get books, records, documents. It's a very far-reaching power, Madam Speaker. It says it, notwithstanding Section 18G that deals with the warrants, Madam Speaker, the FIU may require a non-regulated financial institution or listed businesses for which it has supervisory authority to provide aid books, records, documents, other information, copies of books, records, documents, or other information that are relevant to assess compliance. Assessing compliance is a wide power, Madam Speaker. because you can assess compliance in any single regard with respect to the listed legislation here. So it is a very far-reaching power without judicial oversight in this insertion of 18GA. And I want to ask the government, why is it, Madam Speaker, you did not subject this to a judicial process? Be fair. Be fair to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because we have certain enshrined constitutional rights, Madam Speaker. Be fair. Be fair. You have it in other sections of the law. Why you leave it out in this section? Why? And that is a question I hope that we can get some clarification on when the other speakers contribute to this debate, Madam Speaker. Then there's the insertion of a new 18J. But they're saying that we're inserting this 18J, Madam Speaker, after section 18. I think they may, it means 18I. I think that's another error in the bill, Madam Speaker. This is a very vague drafting of the law. This is what it says. The FIU shall take the necessary measures to effectively promote focused, proportionate, and risk-based oversight of non-profit organizations for which it has oversight authority. For the purposes of this section, the FIU shall from time to time issue guidelines as appropriate about the vulnerabilities of non-profit organizations to terrorist financing abuse and terrorist financing risk, and the measures that non-profit organizations can take to protect themselves against such abuse and risk. These are very vague drafting, Madam Speaker. It's strange in which this piece of legislation was drafted. It sounds as though it came out of a policy paper, because laws are normally drafted very clear and precise. And the Parliament was, in fact, comments were made by the Privy Council about the drafting of various laws in this Parliament, Madam Speaker, where it came to the demerit points and the appropriate forum for appeals. That is the Zachary de Silva matter that was recently handed down in the Privy Council, and also comments were made by the local Court of Appeal with respect to the preciseness in which legislation ought to be drafted in the Parliament. Madam Speaker, I want to take you to Section 7. This deals with the amendment to the Insurance Act, Madam Speaker. Now, this is where also there's some level of vagueness and irregularity with respect to this particular section. And I'll tell you this, Madam Speaker. Outright, there's a typographical error again in this clause. If I take it to page 7, Madam Speaker, this is what it says. By that police officer with the written prior consent of the Director of Public Prosecution. Who is the Director of Public Prosecution? I mean, Madam Speaker, you're trying to rush through legislation. At least proofread it before you bring it to the Parliament. Last time I checked, Madam Speaker, we speak English in the Parliament. We are mandated to speak English according to the standing orders, but the bills are coming in gibberish. Madam Speaker, with respect to this amendment, it says this, and you have to understand what we are amending. So the parent law deals with persons who are that registrants, financial holding companies, shareholders, directors, employees, agents. Those persons, they can provide information because they have confidential information from policyholders.
Honourable Member, you have 1 more minute of ordinary speaking time. You're entitled to 15 more minutes to wind up your presentation if you wish.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I will take the additional time as given.
Please proceed.
So, Madam Speaker, as I indicated, these persons will have sensitive financial information of persons who may be policyholders and so on, or consumers, insurers. But if they realize that, information has to be disclosed by law, there's an issue of money laundering because under the FIU Act, you have an obligation to make those disclosures. You provide the information, but you provide it in good faith, Madam Speaker. And when you provide this information, by way of a witness statement, which the new amendment is going to introduce here in this bill, where the person provides a witness statement to a police officer of the rank of superintendent or above for the purposes of any criminal investigation or proceedings. or the Police Complaints Authority for the purpose of an investigation of criminal offences involving police officers, police corruption, and serious police misconduct being conducted by it, and where the witness statement relates to information disclosed under the compulsion of law, this act or any written law, and is requested in writing by that police officer with the written consent of the Director of Public Prosecution. It should be the Director of Public Prosecutions, Madam Speaker. That person is protected. Because ordinarily, if you give that information, you will be in breach of confidentiality. You will trigger certain provisions of the law where somebody could go for relief. But the section goes on further, Madam Speaker, in the amendment to the bill, that it clothes this person who provides this so-called witness statement with immunity in terms of breach of contract, duty of confidentiality, Madam Speaker, if they provide this witness statement, and no action shall be brought against this person if that information is provided with good faith. Now, Madam Speaker, the issue is this. If a person maliciously provides the information, the person who is the victim here, whose name was called maliciously, will have to go through an entire court procedure before he can determine whether that information was given in bad faith or good faith. So therefore, Madam Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is the damage will already be done. This person will be protected for that entire period unless ordered otherwise by a court of law. So this is a very concerning provision, and whether or not it obtains with the same standard that I explained earlier, whether or not it ought to just be a suspicion or a belief, which is an extremely low threshold standard for reporting issues of money laundering and terrorist financing, Madam Speaker. So those are some of the concerns that I have seen with respect to Clause 7. Also, there's a disjunctive issue, and I ask the government to also clear this up. Now, there are two instances of the persons who could provide this information. The first person is that a person could provide the information to a police officer above the rank of superintendent. But if it's a police involved, you have to go to the PCA. Now, Madam Speaker, when you go on to the conjunctive part of the section, which is subsection 3 and 4, it says this. It's clear. The witness statement will be protected if the information was given under compulsion of law and once the police officer had the consent of the DPP. Now, what happens in the area where we are reporting a police officer? Because the PCA is the one who has the jurisdiction here. You are giving the information about the police officer to the PCA. But do you have to get the consent of the DPP also, or whether or not it should be the consent of the director of the PCA that you will have to get the consent of in order to allow that witness statement to be clothed with the necessary protection that the bill seems to offer. Madam Speaker, non-profit organizations amendment, which is found at Clause 8. Clause 8 deals with the definition of a non-profit organization, and there's probably, again, another disjunctive issue with the bill. Now, I know, Madam Speaker, that the explanatory note to the bill doesn't form part of the bill. But when you read the explanatory note, it says that what the amendment is trying to do is create a definition, a new definition for NPO, and also this is what it says, that the NPO, it will govern NPOs with a gross annual income exceeding $500,000. Madam Speaker, when you look at the new definition that they propose, it had nothing about 500,000. Madam Speaker, in fact, what they're doing is repealing that because that is the existing law. That is sloppy drafting, Madam Speaker. Extremely sloppy drafting. I can't understand how that found itself in the explanatory note, because the current law right now is saying that it will govern or provide oversight for NPOs with gross annual income of $500,000. They're repealing that now to replace it with a very wide definition. And here what the definition is, whatever FATF says it is, the functional definition. So FATF could today say this is the definition, and tomorrow they say today we'll use one dictionary definition and tomorrow we'll use another dictionary definition, and that is how the law will rule. Currently, Madam Speaker, I looked at the best practices, June 2015, combating the abuse of non-profit organizations, recommendation 8 came out of FATF, where the definition was found. And it says, a non-profit organization is defined as a legal person or arrangement or organization that primarily engages in raising or disbursing funds for purposes such as charitable, religious, cultural, educational, social, or fraternal purposes, or for the carrying out of other types of good works in inverted commas. Madam Speaker, so clearly this bill was rushed through the Parliament to come at this point in time, filled with typographical errors, incorrect cross-references, and the explanatory note doesn't match up to the clauses that are within the bill, Madam Speaker. Clause 9, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, Madam Speaker, the amendment there. Now again, serious drafting issues here. Madam Speaker, we have to explain what the government is trying to do. Initially, what the explanatory note says is that the judiciary has called for this amendment to provide some clarity with respect to this section of Section 31. But if we pass it in this form, Madam Speaker, we'll confuse the judiciary even more. We'll confuse them more. And I'll tell you why. Under this law, what the government is trying to do here, Madam Speaker, is this. If there's a person being investigated for a criminal offense of money laundering or any offenses under the Proceeds of Crime Act, but there's insufficient evidence to show that the person can be charged for that offense, but there's criminal property, the DPP can make a referral to the agency under the Civil Asset Act, and the agency will make an application to the High Court to have something called a property restriction order. Sounds complicated. But what the judiciary is saying is that they don't know whether or not they also had, with respect to the drafting of the original law, whether subsection A and B had to be read together and you had to satisfy all of these conditions. So I think the first part of the law was cleared up, that the DPP can make the referral to the agency once there's insufficient evidence to charge. Let's go on to B now. A defendant whose property may be the subject of a property restriction order has absconded from the jurisdiction, is outside of the jurisdiction, is too ill to face trial, has died, has been acquitted of an offense under Section 45(3) of the Parent Act, or in any other case where the DPP is of the view that the matter should be referred to the agency and an application should be made for recoverable property to be forfeited to the state, he may refer the matter to the agency. But, Madam Speaker, that really doesn't make sense, because the only time the DPP has power under the parent legislation, to make a referral is this: if he wants a property restriction order. So there are no other circumstances where a referral will be made by the DPP. Now they're inserting other referrals. I don't know where they could point me, but I did not see any other referral that the DPP could make. And once the court grants the property restriction order, according to section, I have the parent law here, Madam Speaker. According to section 44, when the agency is now satisfied that the property ought to be forfeited, Madam Speaker, after the property restriction order is granted, then an application will be made for it to be forfeited. So the agency does not have to wait for a referral from the DPP. So this particular amendment here, I believe the word "and" has to come out from subsection B at the end, and also change the "he" we may refer to as putting in the DPP and delete subsection 6, B subsection 6. Because A would have already taken care of the referral, Madam Speaker. So again, that is some issues with respect to the drafting in this particular piece of law. And the omnibus legislation that we are amending, these will be amendments with respect to, again, in causing some administrative fines and also notices and inter-parties applications being made to the High Court with respect to these matters when it comes to matters under the FIU, Madam Speaker. So these are the concerns as an opposition we wish to raise, Madam Speaker. I know it's a very complicated, complex, technical area of law, but again, Madam Speaker, this particular piece of law, we have to get it right. It has to be specific. It has to be drafted with precision. We cannot continue to come back to this Parliament with omnibus pieces of legislation because errors were made in the past. I'm not saying that we're all perfect, but there's a certain standard that should be maintained, Madam Speaker. And when I read this bill, the government has fallen below the standard, and I thank you very much.
Well done. The Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. for the opportunity to contribute to this debate this afternoon on this important bill, and to allow me to rise to say that I fully endorse the contribution of the Honourable Minister of Finance in his piloting of this bill. Madam Speaker, the bill before us today is entitled the Miscellaneous Provisions, Proceeds of Crime, Anti-Terrorism, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, Securities, Insurance, Non-Profit Organizations, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth and Miscellaneous Provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024. It amends 8 pieces of existing legislation, all named in the long title, and already referred to by the Honourable Minister of Finance, and I shall not repeat them, and it is 10 clauses in length, all clauses of which have been examined in considerable detail by the Honourable Minister of Finance. My contribution today, Madam Speaker, is to highlight some key aspects of this bill and to underscore its importance for Trinidad and Tobago's obligations in implementing the Financial Action Task Force international standards. Those Financial Action Task Force standards have already been addressed in detail by the Honourable Minister of Finance, and again, I do not wish to repeat some of what he has said. Madam Speaker, the Financial Action Task Force is the global anti-money laundering, counter-financing terrorism standard-setting body, which develops and promotes worldwide standards for combating money laundering and terrorist financing. As a policy-making body, the FATF works to protect and generate the necessary political will among governments worldwide to bring about national, legislative, and regulatory reforms in these areas. And FATF monitors and continues to monitor countries to ensure that the FATF standards are implemented and adhered to. Trinidad and Tobago's adherence to the FATF recommendations is crucial for maintaining a safe, secure, and transparent financial system and strengthening this country's economy, protecting its citizens, and contributing to the global efforts to combat financial crime and terrorism. Madam Speaker, the FATF Compliance Bill is of the utmost importance, as these amendments to these 8 pieces of legislation will go a considerable way towards ensuring that Trinidad and Tobago is compliant with numerous FATF recommendations. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, it is important that I inform this House that Trinidad and Tobago is currently preparing for the 5th round mutual evaluation process by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force commencing in 2025 with an on-site visit in March 2026. In point of fact, in the first week in December of this year, I will be leading a delegation of Trinidad and Tobago government representatives to Jamaica to attend a further plenary of the Caribbean Financial Task Force, in which that 5th round preparatory work is ongoing and being contributed to. The Caribbean Financial Action Task Force Secretariat has already confirmed that Trinidad and Tobago will be the first country to enter the 5th round mutual evaluation process and to present its mutual evaluation report no later than December 31st, 2026. The mutual evaluation process will assess the effectiveness of this country's AML-CFT measures and evaluate technical compliance with FATF's 40 recommendations. It will be assessing the laws, processes, and powers of competent authorities from compliance with the FATF standards. That 5th round mutual evaluation follow-up assessment process, Madam Speaker, will be a rigorous, more results-oriented process, focusing on specific actions to tackle money laundering, terrorist financing, and the financing of weapons of mass destruction. The shorter cycle, the greater scrutiny, and strong follow-up mechanisms will ensure that governments stay focused on taking effective action to detect, prevent, and punish money laundering, terrorist financing, and the financing of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Madam Speaker, over 200 jurisdictions are regularly reviewed by the FATF or one of the 9 regional bodies to assess their effectiveness in protecting their financial systems from illicit flows. Based on these assessments, countries may find themselves on the FATF's grey list for jurisdictions with strategic deficiencies or its blacklist for those with particularly severe shortcomings. In light of this, Trinidad and Tobago continues to work assiduously to ensure that it complies with the 40 FATF recommendations. And, Madam Speaker, the passage of this piece of legislation is a crucial step in the preparation of that process. The crux of this bill, Madam Speaker, is primarily to address Recommendation 35, for which Trinidad and Tobago is presently rated as partially compliant. According to the FATF standards, Recommendation 35 mandates that countries must ensure that there is a range of effective, proportionate, and dissuasive sanctions, whether criminal, civil, or administrative, available to deal with natural or legal persons. Sanctions should be applicable not only to financial institutions, but otherwise, and also to their directors and senior management of designated non-financial businesses and professions. As referred to by the Honourable Minister of Finance, Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago's prior technical compliance under the fourth round process pointed to certain technical deficiencies in the existing legislative regime for the availability of civil and administrative sanctions. Although criminal sanctions appear to be proportionate, the civil and administrative sanctions are not. Trinidad and Tobago was noted as having a deficiency related to the lack of administrative monetary penalties for the breach of AML, CFT, CPF laws. And currently, the AML, CFT legislation makes provision for criminal sanctions to be imposed against financial institutions and listed businesses for breach of the AML, CFT laws. Provision is also made to empower the supervisory authorities, the Central Bank, the Financial Intelligence Unit, the Trinidad and Tobago Securities Exchange Commission, to enforce a wide range of dissuasive and proportionate administrative penalties for breaches of the AML CFT obligations, including, among others, the issuance of compliance directives for listed businesses and financial institutions, and the suspension or revocation of licenses for financial institutions. In this regard, Madam Speaker, the criminal penalties include terms of imprisonment and a monetary penalty. The terms of imprisonment in respect of offences created for breach of the respective regulations are contained in the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Financial Intelligence Unit Trinidad and Tobago Act. Currently, the supervisory authorities, the supervisors, have the power to impose criminal penalties and a wide range of dissuasive and proportionate administrative penalties for breaches of AML CFT obligations, in particular, the Financial Obligations Regulations, the Financial Obligations Financing of Terrorism Obligations, and the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Regulations, which I will refer to collectively as the regulations. As part of this regulatory process proposed in the bill, if the financial institutions or listed businesses fail to pay the fine and or remedy or discontinue the breach in compliance with the notices issued by the supervisors under new proposed sections, which are being proposed in the amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, Anti-Terrorism Act, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, the supervisory authorities will be authorized to refer the matter of the breach committed by the financial institution or listed business to the Commissioner of Police to consider commencing investigations into the criminal offences created under the proposed amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, and the Financial Intelligence Unit Trinidad and Tobago Act. Madam Speaker, the intention is to ensure that the financial institutions or listed businesses who fail or refuse to comply with the instructions of the supervisors will remain liable to the criminal penalties under the amendments being proposed under the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, and the Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Trinidad and Tobago Act, respectively. And this is consistent with the existing regulatory approach under the Financial Institutions Act and the Insurance Act already in place. The most recent 2020 legislative amendments, which engaged the Supervisory Working Group under NAMLAC, was the introduction of an administrative fine regime for compliance with Recommendation 35, which, as I've said, is the primary recommendation that is being addressed here. And Madam Speaker, that 2020 Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act made initial amendments to the substantive acts of the supervisory authorities to facilitate the imposition of administrative penalties against financial institutions and listed businesses for failure to comply with AML CFT requirements. The Supervisory Working Group previously collaborated on a policy document, the introduction of administrative monetary fines for AML CFT CPF breaches policy paper in 2021 for the amendment of regulations to facilitate the penalties introduced in the substantive legislation. Extensive feedback was sought and received from the supervised entities, financial institutions, and listed businesses on this policy, which has prompted the supervisory authorities to propose further amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Financial Intelligence Unit, Trinidad and Tobago Act, and the regulations to provide for greater proportionality in the application of the administrative fines, as well as to ensure aggrieved persons are able to access due process before the courts, notwithstanding the comments of the member for Barataria San Juan. Madam Speaker, the supervisors do not have the power to levy monetary policies for breaches of the AML CFT regulations. This bill, therefore, before us is intended to provide a foundation in law for all three supervisors, the Central Bank, the Financial Institution Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, and the TNT-SEC, Trinidad and Tobago Securities Commission, to have the power to levy proportionate and dissuasive monetary penalties. It is intended to set out the procedure for all three supervisors to follow when imposing the administrative monetary penalty, as well as setting out sufficient access for due process before the courts by any aggrieved party. The specific regulations, which will be subject to a monetary policy, will be set out in schedules to the respective regulations with the applicable monetary penalty for breaches of the specific regulation. And I repeat that with respect to the superficial remarks of the member from Barataria San Juan. The specific regulations will be subject to monetary penalties, which will be set out in the schedules to the respective regulations with the applicable monetary penalties for breaches of the specific regulation. Madam Speaker, in addition to Recommendation 35, this bill seeks to address FATF recommendations 26 and 27, which have already been detailed by the Honourable Minister of Finance, and I shall not repeat them in these few comments that I make today. According to Recommendations 26 and 27, the Financial Institution Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago should be able to demonstrate that it has the ability to conduct off-site examinations as part of a risk-based approach to AML CFT supervision. That Act currently does not expressly permit off-site compliance examinations by which there is a power to compel information prior to commencing an on-site examination. Madam Speaker, the Clause 5D of the bill is intended to provide the FUTT with the power to compel the production of books, records, documents, and other information relevant to assess compliance with the AML CFT laws without first commencing an on-site compliance examination. The FIUTT will also be provided with the power to compel the production of such information that is relevant to assessing compliance with the AML CFT laws. This approach is consistent with the supervisory powers of the CBTT, Central Bank, and the Trinidad and Tobago Securities Exchange Commissions for off-site supervision. In accordance, Madam Speaker, with FATF Recommendations 22.1d, Clause 3E3 of the bill is proposed to ensure clear and concise understanding of the functions by attorneys, notaries, other independent legal professionals, and accountants who are covered as a listed business and are subject to AML CFT controls in the jurisdiction of Trinidad and Tobago. The performance of these professional functions should be consistent with Recommendation 22 formulae and alleviate any misrepresentation of the terms and remit of those professionals in their daily operations. Making this amendment at this juncture is a preemptive measure to ensure that the intention of FATF Recommendation 22 is met prior to Trinidad and Tobago's entry into the 5th round mutual evaluation. Madam Speaker, this bill also addresses the outcomes of the National Risk Assessment on the non-profit organization sector, recommendations made by the World Bank and the EU Global Facility, as well as FATF Recommendation number 8, which aims to protect NPOs, that is to say non-profit organizations, from terrorist financial abuse. Clause 5 of the bill amends the Financial Intelligence Unit Trinidad and Tobago Act to serve to introduce a new term into that act called an oversight authority. The Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago will perform the function of the oversight authority over NPOs as defined in Section 4.1a of the NPO Act, using the powers outlined in the new proposed Section 18J of the Financial Institutions Trinidad and Tobago Act. Subsequently, Madam Speaker, Clause 8 of this bill also amends the NPO Act in order to give effect to these changes. In addition, Clause 9, Madam Speaker, of the bill proposes to amend further the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act 2019, CARMUA, as I will call it, to address a concern raised by our judiciary in July of this very year, during an asset recovery workshop hosted jointly by the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs and Gentium UK. Gentium UK having been retained by the British High Commission to assist Trinidad and Tobago with strengthening its asset recovery regime, and we thank them both. And we emphasize the fact that as we continue to develop for our 5th round mutual evaluation and to develop the legislation that we are bringing to this Parliament, we are engaging the introduction and input of all relevant stakeholders. So I am able to point to an issue today that members of the judiciary raise in respect of the disjunctive or conjunctive application of Section 31.2 of the CARMUA, that is to say the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, which is currently silent. And the provision is being made to provide for matters to be referred where a person has been acquitted of an offense referable to recoverable property, or in any other case where the Director of Public Prosecutions is of the view that the matter should be referred to the Civil Asset Agency. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to be able to advise that Cabinet has approved the operationalization of the Civil Asset Agency, and it is expected that the agency will be fully functional during the first quarter of 2025. So it is a work in progress, and as we continue to progress and to advance the tightness of the legislative framework for our financial operations, we will continue to come to this Parliament in the process of refining, which we have been engaged in now for some years, moving from the 4th round and as we move into the 5th round. In closing, I would like to again underscore the importance, Madam Speaker, of Trinidad and Tobago's preparation for the 5th round mutual evaluation process. It is imperative that this bill is passed today. It will not only strengthen this country's financial system, promote global cooperation, protect the economy from the negative effects of financial crimes, help avoid sanctions and reputational damage, it will also strengthen national and global security and will ensure that Trinidad and Tobago complies with its international obligations. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate.
Member for Oropuch West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to make a brief intervention in today's proceedings in this very, very, very important piece of legislation. Although the bill is what I believe it is 25 pages long, containing 10 clauses, these are 10 very, very important clauses, Madam Speaker. The bill seeks to amend the law to comply with the international recommendations issued by the Financial Action Task Force, FATF. This legislation, as we have heard from members before, covers various topics, including the proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, financial intelligence, securities, insurance, non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery, and unexplained wealth. The bill basically aims to clarify procedures and strengthen regulations to combat money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing. Madam Speaker, I think it is intriguing to note that this is the 8th time in 9 years that this government has brought an amendment to the FATF legislation seeking to bring this country into compliance with the established rules and regulations that are required to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago does not fall within negative situations with regards to financial misconduct, anti-terrorism financing, etc. Madam Speaker, one of the issues that I want to treat with at the outset treats with clause 3, I believe it is. Clause 3, Proceeds of Crime Act is amended. And Madam Speaker, before I get into that, it was not my intention to engage today, largely because I assumed that when the Minister of Finance would have spoken, and when the Attorney General, the Honourable Attorney General, would have spoken, that some level of clarification would have been made to some of the issues that we would have had on this side, and especially with the Honourable Attorney General, some of the issues raised by my colleague, and an excellent contribution by my colleague, and phenomenal contribution, raising clear issues, the member for Barataria, raising clear issues, registering our concern with regards to the drafting, with regards to some of the contents, Madam Speaker, of the legislation before us. One of those issues, which neither the Minister nor the Honourable Attorney General treated with, Madam Speaker, is this amendment, this specific amendment to the Procedure of Crime Act. The amendment is in clause 3, subsection B, and it reads, in section 55A3, by deleting the word 14 and substituting the word 5. What this does, Madam Speaker, is it gives an organization, it shifts the responsibility for the organization to file from giving them a leeway of 14 days, contracting that period to 5 days, Madam Speaker, and no explanation has been provided for why we have moved from 14 days to 5 days. Sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Why we have shifted from 14 days to 5 days, especially given the kind, you've now widened the pool, as it were, of information and the persons and the entities that are supposed to provide information. You've widened the pool, but now you've also widened the pool with regards to the kind of information you're supposed to provide. But now instead of either increasing or at least maintaining the standard of 14 days, which is in the existing legislation, you are now expecting entities to provide more information, more varied types of information with an even shorter time frame. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this seems to be an intent on the part of the government to create work for lawyers. It creates a space, it creates a situation where just like this piece of legislation, all the T's will not be crossed and all the I's will not be dotted. There will be errors, there will be omissions, and we run the real risk, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of having multiple situations where these matters will be challenged in court because of the sloppiness of the drafting in the first instance, as my colleague would have raised, and because of the wideness of the requirements that are now being put here. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that has now been put before the Parliament. I want to treat with clause 5 as well. My colleague, the member for Sama Barata, raised the issue with regards to the 18GA, where lawyers, in this particular instance, where no warrant is required, I think, member, you would have been paying attention to this, no warrant is required for the execution as compared to what exists in other parts of the law, which requires a warrant. Again, this seems to be an opportunity to make work for lawyers. In clause 7, Insurance Act Amendment, again, my colleague from Barataria somehow specified that persons who are affected, who are the subject of an allegation, will have to go through an extended court process in order to find out whether or not this person who made the allegation in the first place acted in good faith. Again, it seems to be making work for lawyers. And as a lawyer myself, I'm grateful for work as always. As a lawyer myself, I'm grateful for work as always. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it seems to be that this government, it should not be on the basis of weakness, weak law. It should not be on the basis of watering down legislation as exists now in this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It should not be on the basis of that. Parliament, as my colleague said, should be creating specific legislation, detailed, very specific, so that we don't have the risk of challenges in court, so we tie up the court even further. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Jamaica, Proceeds of Crime Act in Jamaica, the same requirement. We have 14 days in Trinidad and Tobago, which they are now trying to shift to 5 without an explanation. In Jamaica, Section 95 of the Proceeds of Crime Act says, Section 95, subsection C says, if the nominative officer fails without reasonable excuse to make the required disclosure as soon as is reasonable, practicable, and within any event within 15 days after the information or matter comes to him. That's Jamaica. Jamaica has bring the information as fast as possible, at the latest within 15 days. We have 14 days, they want to bring it down to 5. Guyana's Money Laundering Prevention Act, Chapter 8509 at Section 13.2 says, upon reasonable suspicion that the transactions described in subsection 1 could constitute or be related to money laundering, a financial institution shall promptly report the suspicious transaction to the supervisory authority. So again, this is promptly report without a specification of a time frame. Barbados, Proceeds of Crime Act, Section 53, Chapter 143 states, and I quote, where a financial institution or a person who is an officer, employee, or agent of the institution gives the information pursuant to Section 52.1 as soon as practicable after forming the belief referred to in that subsection, the institution should, for all purposes, etc., etc., etc. So in this instance, again, it is as soon as practical. In Barbados, also in our neighboring countries, Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, the definition is a little bit less restrictive because they want to give as much opportunity as possible for substantial information to be brought, especially given the risk of misinformation, of persons acting in bad faith, etc., especially given those risks. They want to provide as much leeway as possible for information to be provided within a time frame that will allow for urgent action on the part of legal officials for treating with such information. The Honorable Attorney General in his presentation did not touch that. As a matter of fact, based on what I heard today in the speech that he read, that seems to be based on ChatGPT research. It proves, Mr. Deputy Speaker, why we are in the crisis we are in now, where after 9 years we are still amending this legislation. We have not yet put in place the relevant requirements to implement, and that was the focus of my colleague's presentation, that we are passing all these laws 8 times in 9 years, and we are not implementing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that is because the Attorney General will come, the Honorable Attorney General will come and make a presentation about the history of the legislation, etc., etc., without treating with what the realities are. And the realities are, as presented by my colleague, substantially not good in terms of our ranking and our rating when it comes to implementation. The laws are there. Implementation, we are failing in miserably. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to give one classic example of that. Today we are here in this Parliament, the Attorney General said we must pass this today. Today we are here in Parliament putting additional responsibilities into the hands of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago. We are giving them additional responsibilities, wider powers, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But I want to cite some of the situations that we find ourselves confronted with, the realities which this government chooses not to pay attention to, but which the international agencies have already signaled, and that is why we are going to another level 5 investigation. The international agencies have already signaled that they're not sure that the government is implementing. They're sure that the government is passing legislation, but not necessarily sure that they're implementing. And let me tell you why some of these challenges we are facing now exist. They exist because of the government's lack of properly outfitting and resourcing the institutions that are supposed to be at the forefront of implementing these very said pieces of legislation that we are talking about. So we'll pass the law here today, and with the implementation agencies that are responsible for ensuring that these very critical pieces of legislation are put in place and executed, they are being starved of resources, and therefore the effect that we want to have, which is the full treatment of terrorism, etc., and financing and money laundering, the effect that we want to have, we will not have, again, because of the failure of the government. I refer you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the FIU-TT Annual Report 2023, laid in this very Parliament on the 26th of January 2024 by the Honourable Minister of Finance, Minister Imbert, the member for Davendranath North East, who made his presentation and vacated the chamber immediately, just like the Honourable Attorney General did. So they will not have been receiving the benefit of the wisdom and the suggestions and the recommendations that came from members on this side. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that may be why we have the Minister presenting today. And while he's presenting amendments by an omnibus piece of legislation to amend other omnibus pieces of legislation, while he's presenting those very same amendments, he's telling us we have amendments to make to the amendments to be made to the omnibus legislation. That is because, again, there seems to be no sense of planning. Everything seems to be vike-vike. The minister gets up in the morning, receives a phone call that says, you need to do this piece of legislation today because you have not done it for 9 years. And we rush to the Parliament to occupy Parliament time, but when it comes to the implementation, it's like implementation paralysis. They fail to implement. So we spend all this time, the relevant agencies spend all their time advising and guiding, etc., but the ministry simply fails to put the resources in place. And that's the point I want to come to, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The agency, Financial Intelligence Unit, Trinidad and Tobago, the critical agency, one of the main agencies responsible for this implementation of the legislation that we are seeking to pass today. Annual Report 2023 of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago. They listed some challenges, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would not provide great detail. The legislation is before, sorry, the document has been laid in Parliament and is accessible, but I want to treat with some of the challenges as identified. Just a few of them. Page 33 of the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Report 2023, page 33. The FIU-TT has encountered challenges regarding the seniority of designated staff. That's one issue. So they have some serious issues with regards to the seniority and therefore the competence and experience of some designated staff. Page 35. And these are quotations from the FIU-TT, from their report. Page 35. Despite their ongoing commitment to compliance, supervised entities continue to encounter challenges. Some of these challenges include difficulty in locating a qualified AML, CFT, CPF professional, the disproportionate costs associated with external audits, and concerns regarding the quality of testing and reporting by certain auditors. Page 36. Then FIU-TT has observed that supervised sectors have been impacted by existing vulnerabilities and new threats that emerge in the following ways. Due to the increase in the volume of business activities, there are challenges in conducting consumer-client due diligence and client transaction monitoring. The economic constraints placed on businesses have caused it, in some cases, cessation of operations for several supervised sectors. And a pronounced increase in the occurrence of various activities such as fraud and cybercrime. That is page 36. Page 108 of the very same Financial Intelligence Unit report 2023 submitted to this very same Parliament. Page 108. Staff retention continues to be a challenge for the FIU-TT based on the unique nature of an AML, CFT, CPF field. Trained staff are poached by international and domestic organizations as they hold vast experience in the field. So we are training staff here for outside entities to benefit. I continue. The sanctioned complement of FIU-TT staff has increased to 60 officers. Consequently, additional accommodation is necessary to onboard new staff to carry out the core functions of the FIU-TT. This challenge has automatically increased responsibility of staff members in order to satisfy the FIU-TT's objective. So they're increasing the staff, but they're not providing the relevant resources to ensure that that staff is able to do the job that they're being hired to do. I continue. The number of feedback received from every competent authorities is inadequate compared to the number of intelligence reports disseminated. Feedback is the main mechanism the FIU-TT utilizes to continually review and improve the intelligence reports with the changing criminal landscape. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are multiple pages in this document which provide great detail of some of the major challenges being faced by the FIU-TT, who is responsible for, in large measure, for the implementation of the legislation before us. So I am concerned as to why this government is anxiously coming to the Parliament, showing all the makeup, all the flams and so on, of wanting to pass legislation, but holding their hands on the implementation of the legislation and definitely stifling the ability of the organizations responsible for implementing this legislation, stifling their ability to ensure that the compliance is achieved. I am unfortunately concerned, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we will end up in the current evaluation and be again found wanting because the government has failed to put in place the relevant requirements to ensure that the law is effective. Mr. Deputy Speaker, also in this legislation, we are proposing to, in the Proceeds of Crime Act, to empower the minister to make regulations providing for administrative fines for contravention of regulatory money laundering measures. We are empowering the minister to make regulations. Now, that is properly within the ambit of the law. But I am guided by experience, and I think this Parliament is guided by the experience we've had before, when this particular minister has had the responsibility and authority to create regulations, to put various pieces of legislation into effect. I refer to the Procurement Act, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is just one example, and there are multiple other examples where Parliament passed a very useful, effective piece of legislation, if implemented, and then left it up to the Minister of Finance to bring regulations to implement the act. And instead of implementing, instead of exercising grave anxiousness to ensure that a good piece of legislation is implemented as quickly as possible, it took this minister 6 or 7 years before the regulations to put in effect the Procurement Act was actually brought in place. So I have very grave concern that when we are again given the minister, the honourable minister who has finally made a second appearance, we are finally giving the honourable minister, presence or absence doesn't make much of a difference to the economy of Trinidad and Tobago, sir. Performance still missing. But the honourable minister has just made my point, Mr. Deputy Speaker. He has just actually made my point. This is why this country is in the crisis that it is in. Because when we are treating with the real issues of the people, when we are treating with major concerns that we have with regards to the way the government is doing its business, the minister is conveniently absent. Conveniently. It is, I take great honor, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to say that that is not the behavior of those of us on this side. We will stand here and engage in debate and provide the information to the members opposite, to the Parliament, and to the members of the viewing community so that they will see that the United National Congress, the opposition members of Parliament here, represent their interests to the best of our ability, while the government is absent from doing this. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I refer to the procurement regulator, I refer to the procurement legislation, in the context that this legislation offers the minister the responsibility and authority of making regulations to several pieces, well, to two major pieces of two major acts, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I maintain my concern because we've already seen their failure to put measures in place to help the Financial Intelligence Unit be placed in a position to implement the existing legislation. I maintain my concern that the regulations that we are now proposing to give the Minister authority to implement or to provide will not be forthcoming, and therefore we run the risk, just like we did with the procurement legislation, of having the international audience, international credit rating agencies, and having the international bodies relevant, including FATF, will be looking at us and seeing that this government, and viewing the country therefore in a negative light, because this government does not seem to be inclined or interested. It has not been inclined or interested in seeking the interests of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is an even more pressing reason why this legislation, 9 years old, 9 years in the making, 9 years in the making, and they still have not gotten it right. We still have an amendment. And unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I'm on that, the minister advised that he has an amendment to his amendments, but will not place that amendment to the amendments before the House for debate. He will not place this for debate. Amendments to the amendments. Maybe if when you were in your jaunt to Paris and wherever else, if you had spent your time on the people's business, we would not have had to still be looking and looking and looking. Anyway, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is my expectation that they will keep coming with the same legislation. You know. They will keep coming and coming and coming and coming and not doing and doing and doing. That is the implementation paralysis. That is the implementation paralysis. Mr. Deputy Speaker, while they have been twiddling their thumbs, and that's the government and the Minister of Finance and others, while they have been twiddling their thumbs, this is what we have before us today. Between the period 2016 to 2023, there have been 9,112 reports. 9,112 reports, STR and SAR reports. That is suspicious transactions reports, suspicious activity reports. 9,112. Totaling $63.8 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. $63.8 billion up to 2023. We are now at the end of 2024. I look forward to see what else will come forward. Because under this government, the number of STR, SAR reports, the number of suspicious transaction reports and suspicious activity reports have been growing in terms of numbers and massively in terms of value. Now, not all of these reports may bear fruit, but a substantial amount of them will, if it is at all possible that the agencies had the teeth and the resources to implement the legislation, to properly prosecute and persecute these activities. $63.8 billion. To put that in context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this government spends less than that in 365 days of the year to run this country to the ground. $63.8 billion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, while they have been twiddling their thumbs, while they have been pussyfooting with regards to implementing legislation and with regards to providing the resources for the entities to implement the legislation as they are. While they have been pussyfooting, this country has been robbed of billions of dollars. That is unacceptable. And unfortunately, nothing we hear today, nothing we will hear today going forward will change that fact. Because what they have not done in 9 years, they will not do in year 10, because they simply lack the political will to take the actions, to stop money laundering, to stop all the illegal activity. That is why, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have the situation in this country where our borders are wide open. Wide open. But the Minister of National Security will be complaining about crime. Wide open. That is why we have a government where the Minister of Finance will be talking about a cashless society. No foreign exchange, and then appear to be surprised when people are using their credit cards. Appear to be surprised. It's all distraction, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because they are not doing what they are supposed to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is my brief intervention for today. I am extremely concerned. I remain very, very, very concerned about the status of the current legislation and the fact that the Minister of Finance and the Attorney General himself, in their presentation today, gave no hope at all that they will move past the lethargy that they have in implementing legislation into trying to seek the benefit and interest of the Trinidad and Tobago citizens. I have no expectations that they will make any step forward. That is very, very unfortunate, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think we have clearly identified the need for the legislation. The minister has not been able to do that, but we have, because of $63.8 billion in wastage in money that has been extracted out of the country under suspicious circumstances. We have proven the need for the legislation. They know it, we know it. Whether they will actually do what they say they will do, we have seen the track record already, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and that track record on behalf of the government is complete and absolute failure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we understand that in today's global economic climate that this bill is needed to maintain Trinidad and Tobago's global standing and economic stability. Well, in fact, the language should be different. We understand that in today's global economic climate, this bill is needed to get, because we don't have economic stability, to get Trinidad and Tobago's global standing better and hopefully to improve on what the Minister of Finance has now placed on the backs of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago in terms of the economic stability. Indeed, we all know that FATF compliance is critical to safeguarding the nation's banking systems as well as preserving Trinidad and Tobago's international financial reputation. So I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we in the opposition, we on this side, remain committed. We have demonstrated that time and again. We have remained committed to ensuring that good legislation is passed. We remain committed to the implementation of good legislation. Unfortunately, what we have gotten from the other side is the exact opposite. And I know that Trinidad and Tobago citizens are now completely frustrated, completely fed up, and they are aware that under that government, nothing will change. In fact, it will get worse. This country has reversed instead of going forward. And while the rest of the world has moved forward, Trinidad and Tobago has been regressing, both as an economy in terms of a society and as an international player in the global scheme. Mr. Deputy Speaker, based on that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think that it bears mentioning that Trinidad and Tobago does not have long again to wait. We do not have long again to wait before we can get an opportunity to show this government what we really think about their failure to implement and to implement legislation and protect the interests of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Okay.
I recognize the member for San Fernando West.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, permit me to start where the honourable member just ended, that Trinidad and Tobago doesn't have long to wait. The honourable member says that, setting up an expectation that the country is perhaps awaiting the honourable member's arrival into government. But I will demonstrate in the course of my reply why people should be mortified, desperately afraid, and deeply concerned if the member for Oropouche West were to ever have command of anything to deal with the laws of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago as a government. And let me immediately jump to the fact that the honourable member has said as I heard somebody who is still being sought after by TSTT make some comments. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me say...
Members, I'm on my legs. Member, I'm on my legs. Please, we know the decorum of the House. You all are leaving the chamber. Leave politely and silently. Proceed, members.
Thank you. Member should be cautious. TSTT.
Member, please proceed.
Yeah, I mean it. TSTT, come in. Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Member. Caroni Central. Please. Caroni Central. Please ensure that the decorum is maintained at all times. Member for Caroni Central, I'm not going to tolerate that again. Proceed, member.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, could I ask that Caroni Central withdraw those comments which I heard that he made against San Fernando West, please?
Again, member, you have heard the leader of government business. Again, just retract and let's move on.
Which words?
Member, just retract and move on, please.
Which words, please? Did you read Vice Chair?
Member, you know what you have said. Kindly retract.
Which standing order is the objection made on, please?
Yes, member, last time. Kindly retract.
Retract.
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I was making the point that if we were to rely upon the members of the opposition to guide us on the law and to be in charge of this country, we would be in deep trouble, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Oropouche West said, after professing that he is a qualified attorney at law, he joined the member for Barataria San Juan to make deep complaint about one of the provisions in the law, which I'll jump to immediately, and that is the Financial Intelligence Unit Act. The honourable members both said that the provision set out in the new section 18GA being introduced by this bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was without precedent, dangerous. Mr. Deputy Speaker, can Caroni Central please just stop it?
Proceed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable members both were as useful as the crosstalk coming from Caroni Central. They said that the new section 18GA proposed by the amendments to this bill to the FIU Act were unprecedented, dangerous, there was no due process, and that we were removing a material safeguard to citizens. The member for Barataria San Juan went so far as to say we were being very dangerous. 18GA, proposed to be inserted by this bill, provides, notwithstanding section 18G, and 18G is part of the existing law of the FIU. 18G is the law that says that you have the powers of the FIU. And the powers of the FIU involved something which is being deleted, something to require compliance, that they could have the power to enter with consent, and that if there was no consent of an occupier of a DNFB, that is a designated non-financial institution and a listed business, if there was no consent, that you had to go for a warrant. And the members say that we have removed that and that it is a dangerous position in the law. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the first requirement for people in law school is to understand, to read the law as a whole. I say that respectfully to the member for Oropouche West and the member for Barataria San Juan. The new 18GA says in subsection 2, where a non-regulated financial institution or listed business fails to produce books, etc., under subsection 1, the FIUTT may issue a directive. Let me repeat that. The FIU may issue a directive in accordance with 18H. It says in subsection 3, it doesn't apply to things which are subject of legal professional privilege. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, after that, one must go to paragraph 18H of the existing law. 18H deals with the issuance of directives. 18H2 says before a directive is issued, that the financial institution, etc., to whom it shall be served with a notice specifying facts, saying what the directive is about, time and place, etc. It then goes on to say where the entities fail to attend at time and place, the FIU may proceed to issue a directive in absence. Subsection 4, where after considering representations made in response to the notice, the FIUTT must do certain things. Subsection 5, how long the directive stays in force. But listen to subsection 7 and why you must never listen to members of the opposition. Subsection 7 says, where a non-regulated financial institution or listed business is aggrieved by decision of the FIU, that business or non-designated institution may apply to a judge to discharge a directive and serve it on the FIU. So they complain, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we have removed the warrant from a magistrate, and without reading the sections that follow, they fail to notice that the first step remedy is that you must get a notice. You have a right to say why the notice isn't good. And if you are aggrieved as to the FIU not taking you on, you can apply to a judge of the High Court saying that you are aggrieved. But listen to subsection 8. Where a non-regulated financial institution or listed business to whom a directive issued, it fails to comply with the directive, the FIU may, in addition to any other action that may be taken, apply to the High Court for an order requiring non-regulated financial institution or listed business to cease. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is it that the members are just irresponsible, or is it incompetence? Because irresponsibility would be where you are making a submission and you are not careful as to whether it makes sense in the mind of the public and you're seeking to distract them. But incompetence for qualified attorneys at law is perhaps more likely, because if you have failed to read the rest of the law that says instead of going for a magisterial warrant, you have the right to complain to a judge, and that the FIUTT must go to a judge to get compliance. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is essential to put on the record of the Parliament that there is due process associated with the new subsection 18G, H, GA, forgive me. Not only is there due process, but the right of approaching the court to a judge to complain is preserved by the section which follows, particularly in subsection 7, and that for the FIUTT to take the steps, it must seek judicial assistance in the subsection 8. That is why you cannot rely upon Oropouche West or the member for Barataria San Juan. But let me give you another example in responding to the submissions coming from the honourable members opposite. The honourable members opposite made heavy weather, and I'm starting with responses first before I go to my own submissions. They made heavy weather of Clause 3. And in Clause 3, you will see that the member for Barataria Sanwan is complaining that we have had something, sorry, forgive me, before I even go to Clause 3, let's go to Clause 7. Barataria Sanwan says that the Insurance Act is being amended in such a way by Clause 7, and it is at page 6 of the bill, that is offensive and that it is beyond suspicion that it is offensive. Clause 7 proposes in subparagraph A3 that one can see the provision of a witness statement to a police officer of the rank of superintendent or above, police complaints authority, where the witness statement relates to information disclosed under compulsion of law, this act or any other written law, and is requested in writing by that police officer with the prior written consent of the Director of Public Prosecutions. Barataria Sanwan says that is so draconian that we should be run out of town immediately. Barataria Sanwan says that there is effectively no precedent for that law. Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me take you to the House of Representatives. Let me take you to Act number 10 of 2020. Let me take you to a debate that happened on the 6th of May 2020 in the Senate, where the 7th Speaker was none other than Senator Saddam Hosein. Mr. Deputy Speaker, listen to the law that we have on the record since it was proclaimed as Act number 10 of 2020. And that is a proclamation that happened 4 years ago and more. We amended, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the law specifically. We amended by Section 14, the Income Tax Act. We amended by Section 15, the Central Bank Act. We amended by Section 16, the Financial Institutions Act. We amended by Section 18, the Securities Act. And all of these laws that were amended, if you go to Act number 10, as I've put it through, the Income Tax Act, all of these laws, the Central Bank Act, the Financial Institutions Act, the Securities Act, all of them have the exact provision, word for word, that we are now introducing by Clause 7 of this bill, that talks to an exception for breach of confidentiality. And that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that information at the time of the disclosure is already made available to the public. The provision of a witness statement to a police officer of the rank of superintendent or above for the purposes of any criminal investigation or criminal proceeding where the witness statement relates to information under compulsion of law, this act, any other written law, is requested in writing by a police officer with the prior written consent of the DPP. It goes on to provide the same exception, notwithstanding any law to the contrary. It's not a contravention of any law or breach of contract or any duty of confidentiality, etc., for the information to be given by the witness statement. And listen to this one. No action or other proceedings shall be brought against the bank in this instance, or director, officer, or employee of the bank with respect to disclosure by it or him in good faith of any information pursuant to the section. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, big song and dance by Barataria Sanwan, big song and dance by Oropuch West, noise from Caroni Central, unintelligible as it is, all complaining that Clause 7, where we make amendments to the Insurance Act, is unholy, never seen before, unconstitutional, lacking in due process, vague. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when 4 years and more ago, in May 2020, the member for Barataria Sanwan himself participated in a debate to amend 4 laws where we instituted exactly the same provisions, Mr. Deputy Speaker. How do you take the honorable members seriously at all? Both of them qualified attorneys at law, one of them certainly participating in debates where this law has been traversed already, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And dare I say that the law has been tested in court already, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I completely and without reservation say that the honourable members opposite just don't know what they are saying and don't care to know what they are saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the greatest of respect. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable member for Barataria San Juan correctly characterized the FATF experience, the Financial Action Task Force experience. We heard the member for Oropuch West complain the government has come with omnibus legislation and I bet you they will come again. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the minute we became a member of 200 countries strong being members of the Financial Action Task Force, the minute we joined the Global Forum under the hand of then Prime Minister, the member for Siparia, we committed ourselves to ongoing assessment. We are first in the ongoing assessment for the Financial Action Task Force 5th round mutual evaluation in our FSRB, our FATF-style regional body, which is CFATF. And we are first, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because the Siparia-led government put us first for the 4th round. And therefore, we had to be first for the 5th round. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Financial Action Task Force outcomes, the immediate outcomes being 11 of them, the 40 recommendations we're treating with today, those affect and are the basis for the European Union's treatment of Trinidad and Tobago and the Global Forum treatment, because the FATF assessment, the mutual evaluation report by FATF, is the cornerstone assessment for anti-money laundering, preventing the financing of terrorism, preventing the proliferation of financing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If you do not pass the FATF cornerstone, everybody will use it to blacklist you. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we heard honourable members speak as if we, the government, this honourable Minister of Finance, took 8 years to do something. Mr. Deputy Speaker, yes, we did. And I want to publicly acknowledge that the exercise of the Minister of Finance going to Paris to sign the treaty on multilateral tax treaty, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a signal event that is most important to our jurisdiction. It took 9 years of work to get there, to remedy the scourge that the UNC left us in, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It took us 4 years and more to pass the special majority legislation that they refused to support for the amendments to the Income Tax Act, for the very treaty that the minister has signed so successfully in Paris. It took 4 years of Joint Select Committee, and I remind again, the submissions that came from the members opposite were so significant that they objected to the words, open brackets, semicolon, and, in one of the bills. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Barataria San Juan correctly listed our ratings, but I want to remind that in our 4th round mutual evaluation, we had something called the Big Six. We had to focus on only a few of the recommendations for technical compliance, which we did. Today, we are treating with recommendation 8 for non-profit organizations, recommendation 25 for beneficial ownership, recommendation 28 for the regulation of DNFBs, recommendation 35 for administrative sanctions, and recommendation 38 to deal with the freezing of weapons of mass destruction, etc. But those were not due when we did the 4th round mutual evaluation. And I will remind that this government, and I then leading the Office of the Attorney General, we successfully came out of the negative listing of the Financial Action Task Force, and the world congratulated us for it. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when we get to effectiveness, which is what the fifth round mutual evaluation is going to be focused upon, and we're looking at the focus on immediate outcome 7, which is money laundering, on 8, the confiscation of proceeds, on 9, the terrorist financing, etc., investigations, on 10, in treating with NPOs, etc., and on 11, with respect to weapons of mass destruction. Mr. Deputy Speaker, to get to a place of investigating money laundering, it is the same opposition that has refused to support the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, the entity which has to investigate the predicate offense of tax evasion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, they refuse to support it. It is the same opposition that objected to the Criminal Division Bill, now an act. It is the same opposition. A senator by the name of Senator Wayne Sturge went to court to challenge the criminal proceedings rules that we passed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is those members opposite that resisted the establishment of the specialist courts that we do under Section 24 of the Criminal Division Act to create the specialist courts as we've done for trafficking in persons or money laundering, etc. It is those honorable members opposite that have passed senators before the courts treating with issues of bribery, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is those honorable members that have stood in the way of one of the largest corruption and money laundering cases in the history of the country, which is the Piaco Airport scandal. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you're looking to effectiveness of compliance to meet the immediate outcomes of immediate outcomes 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to get the systems and processes working, it is the members opposite that have stopped all form of progress in as quick as it could be. But thank the Lord that we have had patience and resilience and have made sure that we are pushing the reforms that we need to treat with. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Oropuch West went into the fact that we are treating now with more suspicious transaction reports and more suspicious activity reports than before. Yes, we are, because we improved the capacity of the FIUTT, but Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's also because we improved the law under the Proceeds of Crime Act. The second schedule now has a broader range of offenses for which the FIU has to report, and the large chunk of money that came up by way of suspicious activity in the billions of dollars came in the activity report that reflected just after the UNC left. In other words, then, the FIU had seen the most amount of suspicious activity, which also now includes tax evasion, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So you just cannot rely on them to put things in context. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what time is full time for me? Thank you. Let me jump to a few very important... Yes, please. May I have the full time? Thank you.
Right, proceed.
May I jump to a few critical provisions of the law? First of all, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honorable members opposite say, why are we now bringing this law? Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you look to the Hansard, if you look to the online publications, I laid a bill called this FATF Compliance Bill in the office that I held then since 2021. We allowed it to lapse, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we had not yet had the benefit of the Global Forum intervention. The Global Forum intervention specifically treated with non-profit organizations, a definition which the honorable members opposite have complained about today. It specifically treated with the beneficial ownership requirements. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2020, when we introduced the law of beneficial ownership into this country, it was one of the first jurisdictions, our country was one of the first jurisdictions to bring a definition for beneficial ownership forward. We have now had the benefit of hands-on interaction with the Global Forum, with the EU, with the OECD, with FATF, etc. And as a result of the assessment guidelines that they have given us, we are in a better place to come forward with systemic reforms. But this work has been going on for a very long time. It is critical to note, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that in this law, this bill before us, we're essentially, and Clause 3 is perhaps the best precedent form to use, the Proceeds of Crime Act in Clause 3. When we're looking to the amendments there in Clause 3, you must read them alongside Clause 10, which is where we make the amendments to the FATF compliance bill. It's an omnibus bill. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we're really doing today is we are amending not just 8 laws, but when you look to the combination, we're amending further laws than that, because we're actually, if you look to the FATF compliance bill, we're amending 14 laws in total. We're amending the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Financial Intelligence Units Act, the Securities Act, the Insurance Act, the Non-Profit Organization Act, the Civil Asset Law, the FATF compliance law, but we are affecting, importantly, amendments also to the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act by way of reference in that Clause 10, the Interception of Communications Act, the Income Tax Act, the Central Bank Act, the FIA, the Financial Institutions Act, the Companies Act. So we're actually touching 14 laws. Clause 3 deals with the Proceeds of Crime Act. The Proceeds of Crime Act, the Securities Act, the Central Bank Act, the Financial Institutions Act. These are the parent laws by which supervising authorities that regulate the large section of our business manage anti-money laundering, countering terrorism financing, and proliferation financing. That is, of course, the central bank's team, the inspector of financial institutions, the entity with responsibility over insurance agencies, the FIU, etc., the Securities Exchange Commission. What we are doing in recommendation 35, this bill is 99% concerned with dealing with FATF recommendation 35. That is the introduction of administrative sanctions. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to put on the record, in the event that there is a challenge in the law, that we are introducing amendments which are entirely proportionate, which are entirely within constitutional realm. And I want to say specifically that we have had the benefit of considering the positions coming out of the Privy Council, specifically, Mr. Deputy Speaker, since 2021, when we reflected upon learning coming out of the Privy Council, and that is in the case of Lowell, L-O-W-E-L-L, versus the Financial Services Commission 2009, that is to be found at the UKPC at 49. We specifically looked at the concept of what we call charge avoidance schemes. This law on administrative sanctions, which is where we provide an option to treat with something that is potentially a crime to somebody notified of same, this law of what is called charge avoidance schemes does comply with our Constitution. It is well within our constitutional realm because it does not interfere with our rights towards a fair hearing. It preserves due process. It is specifically something which also settles the law as it relates to fixed penalties. And I say that because under the COVID regime as a government, we amended motor vehicle and road traffic laws, we amended the public health regulations, and we relied upon the utilization of fixed penalty notices where you have the ability to get a fixed penalty and you contest it if you wish by a notice to contest. But in keeping the fixed penalty system alive, we specifically relied upon learning coming out of a case called Ray McCutcheon, that is MCCUTCHEON, and the City of Toronto, which is 1983, DLR. It was referred to in the Privy Council decision. But what we did, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to introduce in this bill a system by which you can be alerted to potential liability in the criminal law, where you are provided with the notice that you are in potential breach, where you are invited to consider that if you wish, you volunteer to agree to pay an administrative fine, that you can in fact avoid a criminal prosecution. But Mr. Deputy Speaker, we heard the member for Oropouche West talk about the laws in Barbados and the laws in Jamaica, where they have a slightly different worded realm of legislation. In those countries, in Jamaica in particular, they go so far as to say that when you pay an administrative sanction, that there is an effective end to the criminal law. Our law stops just short of that because it accepts what the Privy Council has upheld and which many other courts have upheld, that you can in fact be charged for a different crime. But what this law does by laying out, by clause 10 in particular, laying out the process for the amendments in the Proceeds of Crime Act, we are saying, and this is very important, I refer you to clause 10 at page 9 of the bill. I want to refer you to subparagraph A, the introduction Roman 1, and I want to note that the law is being applied notwithstanding the contravention of a regulation which attracts a summary penalty. When we are looking to this, we're looking to breach of the Financial Obligation Regulations 2010. We're looking to the Financial Obligations for Terrorism 2011. We're looking to regulations issued by the Minister of Finance under the FIUTT, by the Minister of Finance under the Securities Exchange legislation, by the Minister of National Security under the Proceeds of Crime Act. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, even though when you look to the amendments in the Securities Exchange Commission that this bill proposes in clause 6, which says that you can effectively, I want to refer you at page 6 of the bill to the new proposed 156AA, which says, in addition to its power to impose an administrative fine under sections 156 and 156A, the Commission may impose an administrative fine as provided for under any written law for the prevention of money laundering, anti-terrorism, proliferation financing, or any written law that the Commission has supervisory role. I want to refer you to the choiseul, or the foot of the law, which says, in accordance with the procedure for the imposition of such administrative fine as specified in that written law. I want to sharply say, even though 156AA of the Securities Act appears to be very wide, it is circumscribed by the law itself, which says that the administrative fine must be in the context of that written law. And when you go to the Anti-Terrorism Act, when you go to the Proceeds of Crime Act, you go to the Securities Act, you go to the Central Bank Act, you go to the Insurance Act, you go to the Financial Institutions Act, all of those laws are effectively treating with regulations. The breach of regulations, in fact, can be both summary and indictable, but we're really looking in the specified regulations, the FOR 2010 and the FOR for Terrorism 2011, you're looking at those which are summary offenses and mostly those where there is no mens rea. In other words, then you're dealing simply with an act. I'm saying this so that the Hansard has on the record the fact that the law is in keeping with the Privy Council case that I've referred you to, that is the Lowell Privy Council case, where we have preserved the law as it relates to proportionality. We are within constitutional remit. The right to fair hearing is there. The right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty is there, specifically because you are volunteering to accept an administrative fine. You are not yet charged, so you are not a person within the context of a criminal matter because you're not yet charged, you're notified. There is no obligation, according to the Privy Council, for someone who receives a notice, whether it's under POCA, whether it's under the FIU Act, the Securities Exchange Act, there is absolutely no requirement for somebody to have a hearing on that notice, because you are presumed innocent still. If you choose not to pay the administrative fine, then the criminal law restarts. And the criminal law restarts by the prosecutorial agencies agreeing with consent in most instances of the DPP that you shall go through a criminal process. And that's where your right to be heard and your fair trial comes in within the concept of the Constitution, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So I'm putting this down because I well expect that members of the opposition, who often threaten that they are going to court on every matter, may try to make agitations, and I'm laying it down within the concept of pepper and heart rule, that the Privy Council will at least have reference to the government on the Hansard, laying down the proportionality, the constitutionality, the right to fair hearing. May I add at this point that the concept of the breach of separation of powers does not arise at all. And that is, again, because the administrative sanctions under Recommendation 35, as we're applying across the body of laws, does not interfere with the DPP's role, in particular under Section 90 of the Constitution, or a prosecutorial rule, if and when somebody decides not to take avail of an offer to settle something by an administrative sanction voluntarily. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has had experience in this realm. The Securities and Exchange Commission had the very famous imbroglio and matter, now concluded, of the FCB scandal where there were allegations of insider trading, etc., etc. All of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to say that the administrative sanctions rule is preserved in proper form. We have the right to be heard. The notice of the administrative sanction is served. You can have that. There's a suspension. Let me deal with one other point that Oropuch West raised. Why does the Proceeds of Crime Act now have an SAR, a suspicious activity report, or an STR, a suspicious transaction report, being reported in 5 days and not 14 days? The reason is that as our society goes more and more cashless, with less cash, as we have improved systems via the Revenue Authority structures, as the Gaming Commission has been operationalized in part with the gaming law to come into effect. Barataria Sanwan was complaining that the gaming law has not come in yet. Yes, it has begun, the same way the Revenue Authority has. As we are also dealing with the operationalization of the Civil Asset Trustee, because we've partially proclaimed the Civil Asset and Forfeit and Unexplained Wealth Law, and we have unexplained wealth orders that are being challenged up to the Privy Council level. As we get all of that ready, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's important for us to note that the landscape has changed and that it is a better requirement to have a faster report. So moving to 5 days for a report is because the entities that we are treating with, Mr. Deputy Speaker, listed businesses and financial institutions, designated non-financial institutions being listed businesses, set out in POCA. These are people that are sophisticated, quote-unquote, in law, attorneys at law, real estate agents in certain practice, pawnbrokers, money lenders. These are people who exercise fiduciary obligations. So to go to 5 days is to give us a better chance at efficiency and effectiveness when we get to the immediate outcomes, which we're going to be assessed on in 2026, where our financial reporting has to happen in terms of questionnaires and forms long before that. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what we have here is a continuation of that which will continue. We have to bear in mind that being a participatory, compliant member of a body such as the Financial Action Task Force, that we will be called upon for continuous and more rigorous assessment. It is clear from the submissions of the members opposite that they have not a clue of what this involves. 2 attorneys at law, Oropuch West, Barataria Sanwan, can't even read the Financial Institution, the FIUTT Act, to know that a directive is subject to going to court. The compliance with a directive, I've read it out for you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, involves in subsection 7 and 8 of the relevant section that you have to go and see a judge. So, okay, you've not got a warrant from a magistrate, you're going to a judge. A higher level of judicial scrutiny. Mr. Deputy Speaker, even though there is the fact that breach of a directive is a criminal offense, it is an offense set out there, you have due process. You can complain. That particular entry and compliance requirement is something that took a great deal of ingenuity to come up with. It has been the subject of complaint for decades by the assessors that you had to be hamstrung by getting a warrant first. So this is a novelty accepted worldwide and well within our jurisprudence that we can make this happen, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that in a nutshell is what we're doing here. It is perfectly within the realm of demonstrating that the government has been hard at work. For those who can simply open their computers or iPads, you will see the laws all there. This FATF compliance bill, the first iteration of that, was in 2021. December 2021, when I laid that bill, we had to press pause because Recommendation 35 review was not yet a mandatory requirement. We had to get the Global Forum input. We had to get the EU input. The revised FATF standards were coming up. The time for it has come now. We've settled the EU and Global Forum position. The Minister of Finance has pulled off a miracle, which he deserves to be complimented for, in the hard work of getting the signatory done and the depository of the instruments for the multilateral convention, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I had the time to explain to you...
And we have 2 more minutes.
Thank you. How complicated that approach is. It is one of the most complicated realms, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's tied to base erosion and profit sharing. It's tied to the special economic zones. It's tied to the country-by-country reporting. It's tied to multilateral tax conventions, double taxation relief. It is tied to harmful tax practices. It is tied to the Revenue Authority. It is tied to property tax. It is tied to valuation. It is tied to GISL mapping information. It's tied to the company's registry. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, permit me for 1 second, as I run down, to compliment the CPC's department, in particular Ms. Ida Eversley, Senior Counsel, who has championed the laws in the FATF realm for well over 15 years right now. Permit me to compliment the Registrar General of the Republic, Ms. Karen Bridgewater. Permit me to compliment Mr. Dylan Tilak Singh and Mr. Jonathan Suhan from the Ministry of Finance. Permit me to compliment the Honorable Attorney General, our Honorable Senator Armour, and the Minister of Finance for the hard work that has gone in to get this position where we are today. I support this law without reservation, and I think I've made the task of the Minister of Finance somewhat easier by rejecting the arguments coming from those opposite. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I recognize the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have settled the amendment that I was referring to. It is an amendment to deal with the submission of false information by a listed business, a non-profit organization, or a non-regulated financial institution. And I'll just read it: a non-regulated financial institution, listed business, or non-profit organization who knowingly makes a misrepresentation in any application, notification, or other document required to be submitted, delivered, or notified to, or requested by the FIUTT, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $250,000 and to imprisonment for 2 years. And I checked this with respect to other similar legislation. When I look at the Securities Act, for example, the other bits of legislation are quite simple. For example, in the Securities Act, the penalty under registration of registrants, Section 61 of the Securities Act states, a person who knowingly or recklessly makes a misrepresentation in any application, notification, or other document required to be filed, delivered, or notified to the Commission under this part commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $1 million and to imprisonment for 3 years. So that we took some time looking at it. We are now satisfied it is necessary because quite often non-profit organizations or listed businesses put inaccurate or false information on their documentation that they submit to the FIU. Apart from that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I welcome the support of the opposition for this bill. I don't need to say much more. And with those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provision, FATF Compliance Act, Number 25 of 2020, be now read a second time. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions, FATF Compliance Act, Number 25 of 2020.
The Minister of Finance.
This mic is problematic. Madam Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, securities, insurance, non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery and management, and unexplained wealth and miscellaneous provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2024 be committed to the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honourable members, the question is that the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, financial intelligence unit of Trinidad and Tobago, securities, insurance, non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery and management, and unexplained wealth and miscellaneous provisions, FATF, Compliance Bill 2024, be committed to the Committee of the Whole for consideration clause by clause. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This committee will now go into the Committee of the Whole. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. This bill has 10 clauses. Okay, so honourable members, the amendments have been circulated in soft so that all members have them, and a few hard copies have been given to like the whips and the members who have contributed to the bill.
Clause 1.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that clause 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 1 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 2.
The question is that clause 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 2 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
Question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. Minister Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman. We have circulated an amendment which I spoke to in my winding up. And essentially what this will allow for is a penalty if a non-regulated financial institution, a listed business, or non-profit organization knowingly makes a misrepresentation in any application, notification, document, etc., required to be submitted to, given to, notified, etc., to the FIU. And the fine would be $250,000 and a term of imprisonment of 2 years. And as I said, this follows the Securities Act, which actually has a much higher fine and a longer term of imprisonment for a very similar offense. It has also been drawn to my attention, and I thank the member for Barataria, Sanwa, for picking up the 1 or 2 typographical errors. In the bill, it has been drawn to my attention there is a typographical error in this said clause 5, and it is in part E of the said clause 5, and part E of clause 5 should read as follows: by inserting after section 18I. So we need to add capital I after the number 18. That's it, Madam Speaker.
Member for Barataria, Stanwan.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister. Minister, is there a reason why subsection 1 of the amendment, the new 18K, you have in subsection 1 the offense created for a non-regulated financial institution, a listed business, or NPO. But when you go to subsection 2, it does not have the NPO. It just deals with the non-regulated financial institution or listed business. Is there a reason for the omission of the NPO at subsection 2?
Is this in the amendment?
Yes, your amendment, yes.
Advised by the Deputy CPC that NPOs don't have directors, they have officers, but it's disjunctive, so we can put it into part 2.
Sub 2.
We can put it into
Yes.
part 2.
I think, is it not the definition in the NPO Act? I think they call them controllers or something.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
controllers.
officer will cover that.
Okay, sure.
All right, so let us add the word non-profit organization. Yeah, so it would read as follows: where a non-regulated financial institution or listed business.
Minister, sorry. After non-regulated financial institution, it should put a comma, delete the word or, listed business, and then or non-profit organization.
Agreed. So where a non-regulated financial institution, comma, listed business, or non-profit organization is convicted of an offense under subsection 1, each director or officer of the non-regulated financial institution, comma, listed business, or non-profit organization who knowingly or authorized, permitted, or acquiesced in the offense is also liable on summary conviction for such offense to a fine of $250,000 and to imprisonment for 2 years. Just give me 1 second. Is that? Apparently, this is a typo. Again, the or has to come out in the 5th line, so it's knowingly, authorized, permitted, or acquiesced. Okay? So let me read the whole thing again. Thank you. Where a non-regulated financial institution, comma, listed business, or non-profit organization is convicted of an offense under subsection 1, each director or officer of the non-regulated financial institution, comma, listed business, or in non-profit organization who knowingly authorized, permitted, or acquiesced in the offense is also knowingly authorized. Take out the or completely. Knowingly authorized, comma, permitted, or acquiesced in the offense is also liable on summary conviction for such offense to a fine of $250,000 and to imprisonment for 2 years. Okay? Right.
Honorable members, the question is that clause 5 be amended as circulated and further amended by including after section 18 in clause 5E, capital I, and further amended in C at subclause 2, line 2, to remove the word or between financial institution and listed business, replace a comma after the words listed business, include the words or non-profit organization. In line 5, to delete the word or between financial institution and listed business, replace it with a comma, and after the words listed business, include the words or non-profit organization. And in line 6, to delete the word or between the words knowingly and authorized. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 5, as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 6.
The question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 7.
The question is that clause 7 stand part of the bill.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, Minister.
There's another typo here. On page 7 of the bill, in Roman 4 of clause 6, sorry, clause 7, 3, C7, 3, C4. The word director of is repeated. So it reads as follows: now is requested, comma, in writing, comma, by that police officer with the prior written consent of the director of, and then it says director of public prosecutions. So we have to delete the words director of.
But here you need to introduce the word of between director and public.
Minister, sorry. Yeah, if we just delete the director after the word off, we should be fine.
Between director and public.
So it will just be, if you delete the second director, it will just read the director of public prosecutions.
No, we need the capital letters.
Oh, okay.
So we'll just put of in between director and public and take out director of before. Okay? Got it? Got it?
for 7. The question is that clause 7 be amended at A4, Roman numeral 4, line 3, by deleting the words director of and inserting after the word director in capital D and public in capital P the word of. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 7 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 8.
The question is that clause 8 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 8 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 9.
The question is that clause 9 stand part of the bill.
Madam Chairman, another typographical error in clause 9, and that is would be 9(2)A at the end of 9(2)A. It reads as follows, the last line in that: he may refer the matter to the agency, full stop, open brackets. We have to, and another full stop. We have to remove the full stop, the open brackets, or the closed brackets, sorry, and the full stop, and replace that with a semicolon and the word or, because it's a list and it's dealt with at the end. The two full stops and the closed brackets is dealt with at the end. Okay? You want to see? We're taking out the full stop, the close brackets and the full stop, and replacing it with a semicolon and the word or. Yeah. Did you see anything else, Barataria, someone?
Minister, do we have to leave the word and? I'm looking at B now, right?
What did you say?
I'm looking at subsection B.
Go ahead.
Before the words an application, there's the word and. Do we necessarily have to leave the word and there? It should be.
Yes, you have to read the whole thing. You need the and. Read the sharpo.
Okay. Should we put also, just for clarification, I'm just wondering, when he said he may refer the matter to the agency, should we just be absolutely clear and say it's the Director of Public Prosecution? Because in the parent law, when the property restriction order is made, it's the agency that will then go to the High Court for the asset forfeiture order. In this case, it just says he may just go for the property be forfeited. So it's a new order that we're creating here, basically.
Thank you for your diligence. But if you go up to the top of the clause, go to the top of the clause, and you will see the Director of Public Prosecution starts the whole thing. He's named there as Director of Public Prosecutions, and I will read, where upon receipt of an investigative report under subsection 1, the Director of Public Prosecution is of the view, and then it recites everything, and then it goes to he, the only he it could possibly be would be the Director of Public Prosecution.
So just to be clear, Minister of Finance, are we now creating a new, there are two orders under the parent law, which is the property restriction order, and then there's also the civil asset forfeiture order. Under this new subsection this new section that we're creating here, is it that we're creating another avenue for the forfeiture of property that is subject of a property restriction order?
Just a second. That this is not a new provision. It's an application would have to be made for a property restriction order, which is already in existing law. I'm subject to your proposals, so if you want to go further, just let me know. If you look at the top, it's talking about recoverable property.
Yeah, you see, the only reason it leads to a bit of confusion is because under 44 of the Parent Act, I'm not talking about the amendment.
Yeah.
44 creates a specific civil asset forfeiture order where properties are already subject to a property restriction order. So,
well, if you look at it, the way it's being read, the DPP is getting an investigative report. He is of the view that there's insufficient evidence to pursue criminal charges, but there's sufficient evidence that the property is recoverable property, and then he's given the power to apply for a property restriction order. So it's not anything new.
Okay.
Right. Okay? Right.
The question is that Clause 9 be amended as follows. At 2A, line 5, after the word agency, delete the full stop, close bracket, full stop, and substitute a semicolon and the word O. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that Clause 9 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Clause 10.
The question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 10 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 10 now stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee meeting is now adjourned. The House will resume. Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management on Unexplained Wealth, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, Number 2020. Oh, I am so sorry. I am in the wrong place. I apologize, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what are you going to do? Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, financial intelligence unit of Trinidad and Tobago, securities, insurance, non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery and management, and unexplained wealth and miscellaneous provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2024 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the miscellaneous provisions, proceeds of crime, anti-terrorism, financial intelligence unit of Trinidad and Tobago, securities, insurance, non-profit organizations, civil asset recovery and management, and unexplained wealth and miscellaneous provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2024. All in favor say aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. The Minister of Finance.
All right, let's hope I get it right, Madam Speaker. Page 8. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management on Unexplained Wealth, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, Number 25 of 2020, be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth Act, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act, Number 25 of 2020, be now read a third time and passed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, the Insurance Act, Chapter 8401, the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, the Civil Asset Recovery and Management and Unexplained Wealth, Number 8 of 2019, and the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act Number 25 of 2020.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to Monday, the 18th day of November, that is Monday, the 18th of November at 1:30 p.m. On that day, Madam Speaker, as earlier indicated by the Minister of Finance, we intend to take the Finance Bill 2024 through all its stages. It is also the government's intention to debate on the supplemental order paper, motions 22 to 26, which deals with the notifications of Her Excellency the President to appoint members to the Police Service Commission. Thank you.
Honourable members, there are two matters that qualify to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the House. I will now call upon the member for Miaru.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the matter that I raised this evening is the need for the government to urgently take decisive measures to eradicate period poverty in Trinidad and Tobago and to address the lack of access to essential menstrual products, which negatively impacts school and workforce participation for affected women and girls, deepening the cycle of poverty, diminishing opportunities, and undermining the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to address this matter that is both urgent and deeply significant to the health, dignity, and socio-economic potential of countless women and girls in Trinidad and Tobago. That is the case of period poverty. Madam Speaker, I recently held a seminar on period poverty in my constituency, where NGOs, school principals, teachers, and other interested members of the community discussed this in some detail. Madam Speaker, I was very shocked with the information that was shared on that day, showing how deep this issue is in terms of its effect on women and girls. I made a commitment to those at the seminar to use the tools of the Parliament to bring this matter to the national community. Period poverty is not simply an issue of inconvenience or discomfort. It is the lack of access to affordable menstrual products. For many women and girls, it represents an enduring cycle of hardship that limits education, restricts employment, and ultimately undermines their future opportunities. The repercussions of period poverty extends far beyond monthly struggles. It is a chronic barrier to education and economic independence that restricts full participation in our society. Imagine a young girl, Madam Speaker, with aspirations and potential, forced to miss school every month simply because her family cannot afford sanitary products. Imagine a woman in the workforce who has to compromise her health and dignity because the cost of some of these products are very high. Period poverty is real, Madam Speaker, and it is present in all of our communities. It prevents our citizens from accessing basic human rights, and we must respond to it urgently. Madam Speaker, let us be clear about the impact. Period poverty leads to a loss of educational opportunities. Girls are missing school each day, every month, due to inadequate access to these products. Studies from other countries around the world shows that girls who miss school because of their periods are more likely to fall behind academically, drop out, and as a result, miss out on future employment opportunities. Here in Trinidad and Tobago, Madam Speaker, the data may not be fully documented, but we cannot ignore the testimonies that show this problem is real and serious. The same is true for working women who face barriers to full employment due to the lack of access to these products. By not addressing this issue, we are not only failing our women and girls, but we are also harming our workforce, our economy, and our national productivity. This issue of period poverty is intertwined with the cycle of poverty. By missing school or work due to inadequate access to menstrual products, the affected women and girls find themselves trapped in an ongoing struggle. They are deprived, as I said before, of their educational and income opportunities, limiting their economic independence and reinforcing poverty from one generation to the next. The Sustainable Development Goals as well, Madam Speaker, call for equal access to quality education, decent work, and economic growth for all, and the eradication of poverty in all forms. Sadly, period poverty stands in direct opposition to these goals. Madam Speaker, I'd like to offer a couple of suggestions in terms of what the government can do in terms of bringing some relief to this issue. Madam Speaker, subsidies or tax exemptions for these products. Currently, menstrual products are often seen as luxury items, which increase their costs and make them inaccessible for many families, especially in low-income rural communities like Mayaro. A legislative measure to exempt menstrual products from value-added tax and other duties or provide subsidies for these products would make them more affordable. 2, free product distribution. The government could initiate partnerships with NGOs, corporate entities, and local health services to provide free menstrual products in all schools and public health facilities. Such a measure would ensure that no girl is forced to miss school due to her periods. This initiative should be especially prioritized in schools in communities in rural areas. Madam Speaker, item number 3. The government can consider making it mandatory by law that all public and private commercial buildings must facilitate the dispensation and removal of menstrual products to ensure the well-being of our women and girls. Item 4, menstrual education and health initiatives. We must not overlook education and outreach programs. Menstrual health is still stigmatized, leading to silence and misinformation. A robust educational campaign on menstrual health and hygiene is necessary, particularly for young girls in school and women in underserved communities. Item 5, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the government can encourage local manufacturing of sanitary products through subsidies and incentives that would support small business, create jobs, and also contribute to price reduction. Madam Speaker, I would like just to state briefly some jurisdictions where this is mandatory by law. In Scotland, Scotland became the first country to make menstrual products free for everyone. The Period Products Free Provision Scotland Act 2021 mandates public spaces, including schools, colleges, and local government buildings to provide free access to these products. Madam Speaker, in New Zealand, the government provides free sanitary products in schools to address period poverty and its impact on education. In Kenya, Kenya removed the tax on menstrual products in 2004 and has since worked to distribute free sanitary products in schools. Madam Speaker, in India, several state governments provide subsidized or free sanitary napkins through schools and healthcare facilities. Even in the United States, Madam Speaker, several states like California and New York have mandated the provision of free menstrual products in schools and shelters. Madam Speaker, period poverty is a solvable issue. It requires the commitment and support of our government to bring about lasting change. By enacting legislation that addresses period poverty, we will be taking a significant step towards improving the lives of countless girls and women across our nation. We owe it to our citizens to create an environment where every girl can pursue her education without the shame, fear, or hindrance caused by period poverty. I encourage the government to consider this matter seriously and engage with community leaders, health experts, advocates, and take decisive legislative steps to address period.
Important issue to the floor of the Parliament. Madam Speaker, the honourable member has an ally in the cause. Just like MP for Mayaro, I would have partnered with NGOs in my constituency creating awareness around period poverty. But Madam Speaker, for us to come to a conclusive policy position on the matter, there is need for data. There's need for reliable, accurate data to see how pervasive the issue is in Trinidad and Tobago. One of the activities we intend to do as we launch the 16 days of activism coming up is to launch a survey on period poverty throughout Trinidad and Tobago so we could gather the data to inform a policy position. Notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, since 2016, the Gender and Child Affairs Division has been creating measures to assist persons who are very vulnerable and who may be facing period poverty. So, for example, from 2016 to now, every year, we have been distributing what we call dignity packs in collaboration with various entities, including UNFPA. Last December, we partnered with the local agencies and did a distribution in the community of Betham as part of an initiative that was hosted in collaboration with Gender and Child Affairs, business, community, private sector in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as NGOs in the Betham community. Madam Speaker, the issue is real. I am a mother of 2 daughters. I have a sister, I have a niece. I have countless friends who are female who all share with me the concern about the availability for on a monthly basis to access sanitary items. And as times change and as technologies change, we see the need to start educating our people more and bringing in new ideas and new products and make it more affordable for persons. So, example, one of the products that is now being used to help to cut the cost in some societies is a renewable item called a Femi-cup that some persons are using. We intend to, at the government level, to explore all avenues to see how we can make sure that all our girls and our women in Trinidad and Tobago have a reliable access to feminine hygiene products on a monthly basis. I've had conversations with the Minister of Finance, I've had conversations with the Honourable Prime Minister, and I've had conversations with the Minister of Education. Happy to note that in many of our schools in Trinidad and Tobago, sanitary items are available for school children at the office. Madam Speaker, we know our culture in Trinidad and Tobago. If things are available for free in our public bathrooms, we know our culture. We could take advantage of things at times. So we have to make sure we explore all the opportunities to make the products available in a reliable, sustainable manner so that all persons who truly need it would be able to benefit. Madam Speaker, I'm also engaging in discussions with the Minister of Social Development and Family Services to see how we could, through that ministry, ensure that those persons who are in most critical need at this point in time, especially those persons who may be on our social welfare system at the moment, how they would be able to benefit from some measure through the government to help them to access the products. I want to reassure the honourable member, as well as the rest of Trinidad and Tobago, that your government, we have our eyes on this issue, and we are committed to find a reliable solution and working towards ensuring a period just society. When I say period just society, I want to explain it. Madam Speaker, in preparing for this, some person said to me, you know what, you could get condoms free at the health center, but something that women cannot control. We have to live with this from sometimes 8 until 60. You can't get it free. We are committed to looking into the matter and finding the most reasonable, responsible response. I thank you.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to raise the following matter on the motion for the adjournment of the House. Namely, the growing prevalence of demand by menace crimes, commonly known as extortion, and the danger these crimes pose to the safety, well-being, and security of all citizens. These crimes occur where an individual illegally obtains money, property, or services from another person by threatening harm or using coercive measures. The key elements are threat, demand, and coercion. These threats can involve physical violence, property damage, accusations of crime, or exposure of sensitive information. Madam Speaker, during this month alone, November 2024, we have had newspapers reporting, and I cite some of the articles: the price of extortion, criminals monitoring victims on social media. Another article, Tunapuna Chamberhead, anyone can be targeted. Another article, ACP Smith, we can't rush investigations. Another, living in fear, Cunupia residents talk of robberies and the silent torture of extortion. Some Princestown business owners don't feel safe reporting extortion. Cops urge Princestown businessmen report cases of extortion. Doma head tells meeting crime killing business. Extortion victim speaks out, woman leaving Cunupia after threatening demands for money. ACP reveals one big gang behind the ring in central, north central areas. Madam Speaker, I will refer to the demand by menace crime hereafter as extortion. It has not only been plaguing Chaguanas West businesses, but communities throughout Trinidad and Tobago, where extortionists demand protection money from victims. It is a matter of urgent national concern. Madam Speaker, the alarming growth of extortion in our communities. Over the past few years, our country has been gripped by an epidemic of violent crime and criminality. Now, extortionists are targeting our business community in increasing numbers. In recent months, reports have spiked. Chaguanas West, my own constituency, has witnessed several disturbing incidents where business owners, residents, and even young people have been targeted. Victims are receiving calls and WhatsApp messages with instructions to pay money or suffer harm to themselves and or their family members. Payments demanded range from thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. Madam Speaker, can you imagine the fear? These crimes often go unreported or are underreported due to fear. It creates a climate of intimidation that destabilizes the communities. Just last month, a small business in Chaguanas was forced to close its doors after receiving repeated threats demanding payment. Madam Speaker, if we take a reality check, imagine being a small business owner working day and night to build a livelihood, only to face threats that rob you not only of your earnings, but of your peace. Unfortunately, these stories are becoming more common, reaching beyond Chaguanas to places like Port of Spain, San Fernando, and other communities. Madam Speaker, common types of extortion also include blackmail, cyber extortion, financial extortion, and protection rackets. Madam Speaker, I turn quickly to the social and economic impact of extortion. Small and medium-sized businesses make up around 75% of the private sector economy. These businesses have already been struggling due to the COVID pandemic, as well as the shortage of foreign exchange. Thousands of these businesses have already closed due to these issues. If this cancer of extortion is allowed to metastasize, then we could be witnessing the terminal decline of our entire private economy. Economically, extortion drains businesses, discourages entrepreneurship, and deters both local and foreign investment. As we see in the communities affected by this menace, business owners live in constant fear, leading some to shut down altogether. This reduces employment opportunities, diminishes our economic vibrancy, and weakens the very fabric of our society. Socially, Madam Speaker, extortion creates an atmosphere of distrust and fear. When people feel they cannot rely on their own government for protection, it fosters resentment and disengagement, undermining the trust we need to function as a healthy society. This constant threat affects the well-being and mental health of our citizens, especially vulnerable groups like small business owners, single parents, and young people. I have seen, Madam Speaker, the ministers in the Ministry of National Security on the ground. I am hearing some tough talk. Whilst this is not enough, I trust that it can aid in fostering trust reposed by the citizenry. I repeat what I have said on numerous occasions, Madam Speaker. Leaders like ourselves, the police, together with businesses, chambers of commerce, civil societies, and the community at large, must join hands and unite in combating, preventing, and exposing incidents of extortion. Madam Speaker, how do citizens protect themselves? And I say this on the record for the possible benefit of the population. Citizens must recognize the signs, stay alert for any suspicious or threatening demands, stay calm, do not react impulsively to threats, document everything, keep records of all communications and demands, contact law enforcement, report any instances of extortion immediately to the authorities, strengthen cybersecurity, protect sensitive information online with strong passwords encryption. There are many victims in our society at this time, and what do they do? Do not comply, Madam Speaker. Avoid giving in to demands, as it could worsen the situation. Get support. Reach out to law enforcement, legal advisors, or support groups in your own community. Seek counseling. Victims may experience anxiety or stress, so talking to a counselor can help, Madam Speaker. And most and foremost, report the crime. File a report with local police and/or anti-extortion unit to initiate a legal response. But, Madam Speaker, government must step its game up too. I have mentioned what citizens and victims ought to do, but let me turn to what is required of government and law enforcement. And, Madam Speaker, as I proceed here, this is a call for urgent government action. The government must prioritize this situation. Get all relevant parties together and develop some immediate short-term responses. Elements of the responses include strengthening the specialized anti-extortion task force, expand the dedicated units within the police force that are trained specifically to deal with extortion cases. Madam Speaker, community reporting and protection programs. Encourage victims to come forward by providing clear, accessible, and confidential reporting mechanisms that protect their identities and safety. Stronger penalties and enforcement. We need to properly resource our police service and increase the detection rate to an acceptable level, and we must update our laws to reflect the serious nature of this crime. Educational campaigns and public awareness. Let us educate our communities about the resources available to them and encourage a zero-tolerance approach to extortion. On the point, Madam Speaker, of updating and strengthening our laws, I suggest that we consider legislation that not only incarcerates some of the gang leaders who can and will be replaced. Such legislation must also serve to undermine the criminal organizations. It has been said that in this century, organizations control the important elements of society, such as commerce and labor. Yet, the criminal law, for the most part, addresses only individuals. So the role of the organization in organized crime, both as an economic force and as a social construct, should not be underestimated. Madam Speaker, in the United States of America, legislation known as RICO, Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Act, laws has been introduced. Canada implemented different pieces of legislation to combat crimes, including extortion, which incorporated aspects of RICO. This law provided law enforcement with powerful tools to go beyond arresting low-level offenders. It enabled them to dismantle entire criminal organizations by holding leaders accountable for crimes committed by their groups. Time does not permit me to go into the success of these laws and the potential for its direct incorporation into domestic laws, but I'll be happy to provide my notes, Madam Speaker, and proposals for consideration. I end this part by citing Robert Blakey, one of the drafters of RICO, who stated, "It's not enough to go after individuals. You need a theme. You have got to go after the organization. Individuals commit organized crime, but organizations make the organized crime possible." Madam Speaker, let us act decisively together and let us protect the peace and prosperity of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Chaguanas West completed his presentation with a long menu of very interesting and very sensible suggestions about strengthening the team that dealt with it. We have just established an extortion task force, and that is exactly what we have done in that regard. And that is in addition to all of the anti-gang teams in every single police division across the police service. So that's a recommendation that is already in place. The question of encouraging victims, the police service is now running an advertisement. Recently, when Minister Scotland and the police met with the Central Business Chamber, they, in their own defense, suggested that the police conduct some advertisements so that more businessmen will know what the issues are. The police have put together an advertisement in a video, and that is now in circulation, taking the advice of that business community. That too is covered here. The question of encouraging victims. You would have heard the police leading the extortion task force, ACP Smith, making it very clear that people are required to come out there and to report these offenses. Otherwise, the talk about it will be only that, talk. In terms of updated laws, the current law accommodates a fine of up to 500,000 and 5 years in jail. And in any event, it is the courts that are responsible for the sentencing of convicted persons. Hence the reason why we from the government have been calling on the judiciary to take more serious account of what is happening in the society and impose maximum sentences. Minister Scotland and I, the member for Port of Spain South and I, have recently put together, and we are now about to implement a training program for all of the police officers involved in frontline crime fighting to sensitize them and their prosecutors of the need to call on the courts to impose more stringent sentences after all the good work is done by the police to arrest them. That's happening. So the member is negotiating for what he already has. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of National Security and its appropriately mandated law enforcement agency, the TTPS, remains committed to safeguarding all the citizens, including the members of the business community. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has taken note of recent increased public discussion, and I distinguish that from reports, because so far, year to date, we have only had 32 reports. But there's a lot more chatter in the national community. Hence the reason why I say talk will not do it. The citizens are to report it, the extortion unit, and they only support the divisions. All the divisions are dealing with this matter, supported by this specialist unit. But let me continue. It is also in the schedule, this demanding money by menace. It is considered, and it is in fact a very serious offense. It is also in the schedule of offenses under the anti-gang law, so that when it is done by one or more, affected by one or more persons, we can charge under the anti-gang law. And that law says any person who with menaces or by force demands of any person anything capable of being stolen with intent to steal same is liable to imprisonment, as I said earlier, for 5 years. I indicated earlier there are only 32 reports here to date of demanding money by menace, and 8 of these incidents have been detected and solved by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. You heard that? 8 of them, and the others are under investigation. These incidents have occurred primarily in the Central Division. Given the deep and far-reaching effects of crime and its detrimental impact on the business sector, some outlined by my friend opposite, and by extension our economy, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has recently established, as I said, that task force led by ACP Richard Smith, demonstrating high priority, as the member was calling for. And this task force comprises of specially skilled and experienced officers, along with an intelligence analyst. It is tasked with the mandate of aiding the 10 police divisions of the TTPS with their extortion investigations. In addition, cases will also be reported directly to the task force for further investigation. Members of the team have been vetted, given the sensitive nature of the crime, including the need to disclose personal and financial details. The need to set up this specialized team was essential, and we, the government, advising in terms of policy to the police service, and to their credit, they have done that. The efforts of the task force have led thus far to the arrest of 1 individual within the first 3 weeks of its operation. The individual was charged with 22 criminal offenses, including demanding money by menace, robbery, kidnapping, and possession of firearm and ammunition. These occurred during the period of March to October 2024. Stemming from this success, it is evident that there are predicate offenses that can emanate from one offense. Robbery, where the victim pays money, it converts from demanding to robbery. Where possession of firearms or use of arms and ammunition comes into the picture, it now moves to aggravated robbery because of the presence of those. Kidnapping, if the victim is carried from one place to the bank so that he has to withdraw money, or home to find it under a bed, then that raises issues of kidnapping, Madam Speaker, and all of these are open to the police, and this is exactly how they're dealing with it. Madam Speaker, although demanding money by menace is not a new offense, an increase in reports of this offense has been noted, and the charter I spoke about. As such, the government and the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service remain deeply committed to implementing the measures I've just described, and we are working closely with the business sector, who this crime is largely focused on, and contractors and so on. The task force has seen many viable links in incidents, both past and present, including linkages between gangs, as well as persons known to the victims. The task force and the TTPS will continue with its efforts to ensure that arrests are made and the prevalence of this offense is suppressed. The key is that victims must report the offense and work closely with the police to solving and arresting these gangsters who see extortion as an easy way to make their dirty money. Public chatter and media hype is important, but no substitute for formal reports to the police. And as I told you, the business sector is now engaged with the police in this regard, particularly the Central Business District. And Madam Speaker, I say, the gun is the threat, and fear is the merchandise. But the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service have designed solid responses to both, and I am confident with the support of the business sector who are affected and the hard work of the police, in the context of that which I have just explained, we will be able to suppress this crime and bring better peace and order to Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to Monday, November 18th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m. All in favour say aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to Monday, November the 18th, 2024 at 1:30 p.m.